This is a practice. Great. Hey, we're live! It's Big 20 Super Cool Race, number 12. It's me, Kinetophone. The guy who should be running, but he quit. Anyway, with me we got Bad Breaks here.
I'm here.
We got The Cove.
Yo, what's up, guys?
And Dexter.
Right here.
We're gonna have an exciting race today, involving some sweet games, and also pinball, which is the first one. That was my joke about pinball. Alright, fine, pinball's sweet.
I'm just gonna check it. I think everyone is readied up, so I guess we should be able to start on time here. I guess we are 3 minutes late.
Yeah, usually this starts later because we have to wait for everyone to ready up, but it's looking close. So there seems to be a couple.
And Dexter, are we ready to?
I guess there's one missing.
I think we might be ready. I'm just gonna check.
I think one's missing.
I think it's only me and Dexter, so looks like everyone is readied up.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Should we start the race? Hype it up and go on?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right.
On commentary today, we got Kinetophone and Cove. Right?
I'm one of those.
Alright, Dexter, I'll on-enter and you on-enter last, right?
Let's see.
Are you both entered there? Okay.
Yeah.
Leave now. Oh, no, that was not right.
Watch as we describe the exciting IRC chat. The thrill of dot entering.
So I am gonna start the race here in 20 seconds. Is everyone ready?
Good luck, everybody.
Well,
Racers, commentators, Dexter.
I'm ready.
they're all ready, even though
Go, go,
they seem
go.
to be.
Alright, let's go. Here goes. Big 20 number.
I'm ready, and that's all that matters.
Do this. I will enter now, and good luck to every racers. May the best man win.
No, so Yogi, you'd be amazed. Actually, everyone was readied up right on time, within like a half a minute. Which this is the first time ever in 12 of these that's even come close.
I actually think so too.
So this is pinball. They're all sort of aiming for a certain frame to get, and if they get it, then their luck will be
4,600. That's fine. It's gonna be a
I
minute.
think only one got it.
predictable.
Right.
I don't know what the frame looks like, but I know that Pikachu reset. So
Yeah,
I'm assuming
there
he
might
did
be a few resets just to try to get it because they've practiced that so many times. So that's the outcome that they're comfortable with.
But it's also reasonable to just keep going because you just need 10,000 points. That's the goal for the first one. And like that, or sorry, 20,000. And that's you can just do that by playing.
We're gonna do as usual.
So the strategies will be slightly different. Yes, Chad, I'm wrong. You got me. No.
We're gonna do as usual here. We'll keep the number 1 and 2 spot up on top, and we'll switch around the bottom 2, so everyone get some time.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Overswarm is just finishing up here.
Mm-hmm. I think he got the
Moving
frame.
on to game 2.
I think-
Did he? Yeah, Pika is right behind them. Pika needs 10 more points.
Yeah.
It is close.
All right. So here's the important part. Which state will they choose? Overswarm just not choosing a state. Very disappointing. They're generally switching auto set to no, which basically you have control over both your players. No one's choosing a state. I'm really sad. Where's my Wyoming?
Also, just so, yeah, because Wyoming is the volleyball mecca of America.
Mm-hmm.
Just so everyone knows, you see him kind of messing around in the menus for a while. We do have a 30-second swap change time,
Mhm.
and so they have to wait 30 seconds from completing the objective of the last game until starting the next game.
Yeah. Plenty of time to choose a state, I must add. So, Overstorm and Pikachu have chosen the defense team. That's the defense team. Scourge has the power team. Power team, basically it takes, when you're doing a power spike, you have to hit the B button a little bit less times in order to get a power one. This game has a ton of mashing. The defense team, they block better, and when they're doing digs, they move a bit further, which is probably not that relevant. They're doing it mostly for the blocking. I actually don't think it's relevant for this, but I don't know. But this game's super fun. 4-player. This race actually has 2 4-player games in it, which is crazy.
Sort of that.
Yeah, I mean, given the percentage of games that are 4 players on the NES, it's definitely above average.
Yeah. So, an easy way to tell who's doing better here is how many points that the opponents have. Some speed strats involve doing that turbo spike at the start, going for blocks, even though they're really unreliable. You can see Overstorm giving up a lot of points. Because, like, they're faster, but unreliable if you don't get it. And so the power spikes don't matter a ton, because you could also, against these opponents are goobers. They won't, you can just aim it away from them, they won't get it. They basically never even attempt to block.
And once again, we are following all of the 20-some runners, and we will be cycling them, hopefully most of them through at some point to be on the main screen. But
Yeah.
We'll always have at least the top couple places up there so you can see who's winning.
Yeah, usually the top 2, as in positionally on the screen, those will be the first and second place. Then the bottom half will have shuffle. I think that's how they usually do it. So there's some more volleyball. And Pikachu's done. Game set, won by some team. Didn't choose a state. They would have said their state, but they didn't choose one. So I guess it defaults to California or something. Game 3 is going to be skate or die. They have to complete all. So they have to do 5 wacky mini games. And preferably not die. Preferably.
So this is one of the games I had as a kid, and I remember it being much harder as a kid.
Well, yeah, it's hard to tell what to do.
Yeah, it was definitely a very, very confusing game.
So he's just gonna keep doing these sick 180s, I guess. I don't know. Do I look like a skater? No, because you can't see me. No,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know, you might.
He's gonna do the high jump. You just do it once. I don't even think it has to be high. Now for the downhill, basically they're gonna go on the left and then find this like straight line, go over the skull of death. He's gonna teabag a bit there. Now he's just gonna like let go of the controller, get a sandwich. Squirch's game was all glitchy looking. That was funny. Yeah, and he did it. Hard one. And here's the jam. We have to beat Lester, except you don't. You just sort of wait. In fact, it's not even faster to beat him. You just like go along. See, Pikachu decided to choose the name Ah but Squelch just And Overswarm OS. Taking advantage of that 30-second gap in between the games. And there's a police car. Now for the pool joust, if you ask me how this works, I don't know. Don't ask. Oh, Pete got one. Oh, Pete's giving him the beats.
There we go. Gets back on the board.
Come on, Oh, Pete won. But, as you will see, that actually doesn't matter, because...
Yeah, you just have to complete the game. You don't need to win.
The game is weird. So how good are you at the alphabet?
I'm much better with numbers. A number land I'm much more comfortable with than letter land.
So okay, well then we'll just use some of the letters, not all of them, okay. We don't need all the letters. So here's a nice Beam game. It was like they were told to make an educational game, but they forgot the education part. Instead, it's like a really generic platformer. Incredibly generic. The goal is to sort of collect letters, except you don't actually have to do that. But yeah, this is definitely a distinct Beam software game. You can tell by the sound and the fact it's very brown. And it's bad. Those are the three common factors.
At least in Letterland, you play the game, though. The speedrun of Numberland is literally starting each stage and then just quitting out.
I guess that's a bit better. Now,
Yeah, I mean, it's not much better, but yeah, it is better.
This is the worst Safari ever. Alright, let's see who... Okay, Pikachu got R and Z. Those are okay. An X for OS. See, the letter RNG is important here, because you have to match the letter to the... Like, how is this educational? It's like... Wow, the order of the letters. I guess if you don't know the order of the letters, then you have to, like, look around a bit.
Matching is a skill.
You think someone who can't match can, like, do this platforming? Impossible. Well, F. Can't spell any words with these letters yet. X and U, that's a terrible start.
No, but Pikachu can now pay respects if he needs to.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, so Squirch has a W and a T.
Yeah, that pyramid. That's fine.
Alright, let's see what he's getting. N. Still no vowels. That's very unlucky. By the way, I'm being very facetious here. The game doesn't involve spelling anything. Just to be clear.
Yeah, but you have
E. So he can
F,
spell
R,
X.
N, and Z, so that's almost like friends. Friends.
Squirch is an I away from with. That's pretty good. Oh yeah, what the hell? That's good. Yeah, everyone spell as many things that are word-ish. Aw, he's friends. Okay, let's see if he can get a vowel here. K. Ugh.
This is if he could get a second R, that's Frank or Z.
Mhm. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Anyway, my bad. They're getting some more letters. Oh yeah, sorry I missed it, but we got Radio on the stream now. And he just finished. He seems to be in 2nd place right now. So here's some Iron Man. Ivan Stewart, Super Off-Road. And this, another 4-player game. I recommended that they choose 4 players in this, because the goal is to win 4 races, so that makes it really easy. But apparently that's not allowed. They call that the Cananophone rule, I don't know why.
The 4th race in this is actually really hard, so probably the vast majority of people are going to win the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th races. But it is possible to win the 4th race.
OS with a good ending, he can spell Duke. That's pretty good. He's putting up his Dukes. Also, the country they can choose in here is pretty important, because Squirch is Italian, so it's gonna choose Italy. It's pretty good. He's basically Mario Andretti.
I played this game so much when I was a kid, both on the NES and in the arcade. Like, I would give this all of my quarters.
Oh yeah, it was sweet in the arcade. With 3 players with wheels, pedal. So Iron Man Ivan Stewart is in the gray car, and he's a big jerk. The AI in this is incredibly rubber banded, where the more you win, the more he's like, okay, I'm gonna give you the old what's what.
Yeah,
so in order to
go ahead.
So yeah, well, you described it. But by the 4th race, after winning 3 in a row, he starts going crazy. So originally, everyone thought, like, there's no way of winning this race, we're just gonna throw it and then win the 5th race. Because the goal is win 4 races specifically, which makes it a bit interesting.
But then they did discover if you just buy like 1 million nitros, you can potentially out nitro him.
Yeah, it's a little risky because you have to give up upgrades, and if you don't get it and you waste all your nitros, the 5th race is not necessarily free. So the people in the lead are the ones on the Sidewinder race, just to be clear. Also, the music in this game is totally sick. Let's spam our various dancing emotes in the chat. Yay. Yeah, good enough.
It's the closest I got.
Fandango. Alright, here comes the moment of truth coming up here. Pika going first. Just
And there
nitro,
goes
nitro,
27
nitro.
nitros.
Alright. Sidewinder again. Already doubling up. So, what would really help is if the gray car gets stuck behind another car and sort of gives up. Which
looks like it's close to happening.
Yeah, that's definitely... Yeah, he escaped a bit. No, he looked like he gave up.
He gave up, so it looks like Pika's getting a little bit lucky. A little bit fortunate, maybe.
Yeah, the AI is a bit, mysterious. Let's just say. What
And
the heck?
you have purple and yellow just doing little circles there.
Man.
GG Pika, first person to do this, gets it on the 4th race.
Poor Iron Man Ivan Stewart. He's gonna like sue for defamation of character. I'm not that slow. And for Rayo's going good too. Actually, they're all going good. Maybe they just figured something out, and I'm out of the loop. That actually seems to be.
I did look it up. Ivan Stewart is still alive,
no.
so that's good.
Okay. Actually, yeah. Okay, OS is. Yeah, here he's actually going after him this time. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed it for Rayo. I can't. It's too hard to look at everything. Oh. Yeah, OS wasn't able to do it either. So
Here,
he's
you
like
can talk about Wolverine. I'll watch Off-Road.
Okay. So Wolverine. Yep, this is Wolverine. It's a fairly consistent game. It's not much RNG to deal with. You generally have enough health to do everything. To just sort of tank your way through a lot of it. You have to, like, avoid some damage, but you don't have to do much Wolverining. OS is actually the world record holder in this.
Yeah, there was a big Wolverine kind of party that happened for a month or two last year, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, OS grinded this game out a lot last year and got it.
Yeah, and basically every run, like every split was like 0.0, 0.1.
Yep, so it looks like Squirch did get race 4, and OS and Ray both got race 5. So everyone on the top 4 is on to Wolverine.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that gave Scorch a nice, like, 1 minute boost there.
Sorry, yeah, OS is over Swarm. He's the top left player.
Did you know that OS in French means bone? Eh? Pretty cool.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I did not.
In, like, osteoporosis, the OS in that word is from, yeah, not French, but like Latin or whatever. Wow, great fact by me. Also, this game has a ton of like really just hidden level warps that you see them going through all the time.
Yeah, they just jump behind a waterfall and boom, level warp.
Mm-hmm. See, Yogi, I was tricking you into saying that. It took you a while. Yeah, so this is like an LJN super fun game, of course. But the music is by Jimmy Fallon. I mean Tom Holland. Good joke.
Here, let's try something different next time. Next time you want to give a joke, like send me a DM in Discord and then say it, and then I'll say good joke.
Okay, that would probably work better. You need the heads up so you know that it's a joke.
I mean, so far, yeah, but who knows? Maybe the next one will be really good.
Is this a joke right now? So this is Wolverine. I'm basically looking to see if anything bad happens. But they're all playing too good.
Except
Come
for
on.
that.
Oh, there you go. There we go. Pikachu into the
Pikachu
spike.
decided to land in the spikes. Those are some really long jumps, though.
Yeah. Though it does give him a nice, like, the penalty. It's not exactly huge. So Scorch's screen is nice and colorful compared to the other ones. I like that. He has his saturation increased. And Pikachu into the spikes.
Yeah, Pika's having a bit of a rough time here on this level.
Though on the plus side, when you do that, it does refill your health. Also, I saw Rayo also died, but that might have just been... That's the thing about this game, it's like... As long as you don't run out of lives, dying is like costs you a couple seconds. I don't even remember the punishment for if you run out of lives. Because I've never seen it happen. Well, I'm sure it can happen.
Well, yeah, people hit reset before that happens, usually.
Yeah, that's a tough thing. Like, even if we're familiar with games, I might not be familiar with what happens when games go wrong, right? Because usually you're just like, well, now they'll reset. But luckily I'm also not familiar with this, so I don't have that issue. I'm marginally familiar.
I mean, I do know that when Pika went into one of the doorways to grab some items and did pick up a free game continue, so he has at least one more than you start with.
Wait, here's the Magneto fight. How will Magneto beat Wolverine? Oh. Never mind, he gave up. If only he had some way of beating Wolverine. Anyway, apparently, now for the Sabretooth fight. Apparently Magneto's fortress was destroyed. I don't remember that happening, but anyway, Sabretooth. Oh, Sabretooth's giving him the beats. And then you throw him off the cliff. It's like Batman, right?
But it's a cliff instead of a roof.
Yeah. But yeah, everyone can be like, throw him off the roof. Now for the sickest intro in all of video games. Guitar solo. Also, seizure lights. Time for TMNT 3. 1 and 2 have already been in these big 20s, so here's 3. And this song is great.
I do think comparatively, like 2 and 3 are like, I know this is at beach level, but it's like literally like a beach vacation compared to 1. But I also think that 2 and 3 are way more fun than 1.
I didn't really like playing 2, but one felt like they made a game and then they're like, oh, we got the Turtles license after. Here we go. Like, the enemies are just ridiculous.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, it's a nice beach vacation, and lots of pizza, ice cream places.
Yeah, I think one of the main tricks about this kind of speed run is that when you use your special attack, so when you see kind of that like torpedo, almost like Raiden from Mortal Kombat type attack, you lose 1 bar of health, but you will not die. So now that Raph is at 1 health, he can use it for free. But because of that, for the majority of this speed run, you are running at 1 health. So it's very dangerous.
Yeah, but it is quite broken. In most of these games, you just can't use it when you're at 1 health. But for this one, you just get this broken attack. It does make it exciting, though. yeah, the Raps is not exactly the most fair attack, you'll see. Though, as this is still favorable to the TMNT2 jump attack every enemy in the game for the entire game.
Oh, we do see Overswarm picking Leo though for the spin attack.
Okay. That's sort of interesting. I wasn't actually... I'm not actually familiar with that. Possibly it's better against bosses or something.
I don't know, from playing it, I seem to remember, like, it's a lot tougher to make a really bad decision when you attack using Leo's Tornado, where Rafts, if you do it at a really bad time, you can get punished for it.
That seems fair. Alright, 1 life lost by Pika. The goal for this game is beat Scene 3. So, have to ration those lives out a bit. Looks like OS also took a death. I've always enjoyed doing beat 'em ups in these races.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that most of them have been, like, reasonable difficulty. There have been a couple really hard ones, but yeah, for the most part,
River City Ransom
I
was
would definitely
pretty
agree with
scary.
you. Yeah, well, that game is very scary.
But I don't like when they have these auto-scrollers. Look at all these sprites on the screen at once. Oh my god. Ooh, bam! Eating the lightning. Switching to Leo.
Yeah, so that might have been when you're supposed to, but they do take an intentional death on this stage.
Yeah. Fairly self-explanatory, I think. Didn't think this one through. Maybe switching to Dawn. Huh? Anyway. Man, look at all this turtle variety.
I know, if only one of them picked Mike, but sadly no one ever picks Mike.
We got Kha'Zix joining us on in the play zone. He's back on stage 1. Looks like he's about, let's say, 3 minutes behind or so.
Yeah, Kha'Zix has been doing big 20s for a very long time.
Yeah.
So it's good to see him continue to do them. Even though I'm pretty sure he hasn't practiced as much this time as he usually does.
I appreciate how this game, there's a good transition between the levels. It's not like just beach stage, sewer stage.
Yeah, so like on the
stage.
water here, they go to the submarine, like at the end of the stage. So it's that is a good point.
And it continues the beach vacation feeling.
Well, you know, Mist, maybe he was streaming every day, but I definitely didn't see him online as much. But then again, I'm an old person and I go to bed at like 9 or 10 p.m., so...
That's right, Kha'Zix. Look at him go. Rocksteady looking pretty pink.
So one more stage to go now for Pika.
Yeah, that was still scene 2.
Yeah,
A nice
kind of
little
the water and the sub almost make it seem like it's separate levels, but technically it's the same
Yeah.
one.
Man, this bridge is in need of some serious repairs. There's the patented big sphere TMNT enemy. There's always giant spheres.
Yeah, I don't know if there were any in the first one, but you're definitely right. There are in most in like 2, 3, probably 4. Yeah, Pika's probably ahead in between 1 and 2 minutes right now, I'd say.
Let's see. I'm just looking at the split. Yeah, probably like 90 seconds or so. I'm wondering if his life level is any source of concern, though. He doesn't seem too concerned. He got a life right, the 100,000. He's fine. It looks like his point level was actually pretty low. It's lower than the others still. No, they're fighting. He's fighting. What's his face? That's the name of that character, actually. As a TMNT fan, I know all of the characters. Now we're fighting some more Foot Clan. Watch out that we don't fall into the ocean. Because you'll have to do scene 2 all over if you fall in. No, I guess that's not true. But it would be funny.
I do think Amquat, if I remember right, I think he did just get a new world record in this during practice time. And obviously, he obviously wasn't preparing for the Big 20, but I'm pretty sure there was a new world record here by him.
Bebop not trying very hard here. Alright, and then we're moving on to Puznik. This is so this game is not random at all. They're gonna be doing, they have to beat 310, so that's 30 levels. And so this is one of those games where you don't really need to practice it a whole lot, but if you're trying to go really fast, then you have to like be concentrating really hard in order to get any sort of advantage. And you have to have like your memorization on point. So it's sort of a weird strategy. Do you like focus on this game in order to gain the time save? Or do you just like do a cursory learning?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if I was prepping, this would definitely be one that you go and you memorize all the levels and make sure you can get through them reasonably quickly at the beginning. And then it definitely becomes way later on. Like, this is one of those that you might practice it towards the end.
Because this does have some tricks that save, like, upwards of 2 seconds. But if you hit a lot of them, that can add up.
Yeah, but if you also get good at, like, Mega Man 3, you could save a minute. And
yeah. And that's part of the strategy. Yeah,
that was always my favorite part about doing the Big 20s was it's not just about like how good you are at games or speedrunning. It's how well can you manage your time and be able to figure out where to focus your time to make the best, or to save the most time as possible once it comes to race day.
Oh, so this song is pretty good. The Puznik song. But if your time runs low, then it becomes scary. Oh dang, I can't tell. I'm trying to look at the splits to see... Well, whatever. You can tell how far behind they are based on the levels, I guess. I was just trying to give an update. In terms of, like, minutes behind. Well, we'll do it after this game. But yeah, so the way the cursor controls of this game is sort of... like you can buffer pretty much all of the inputs. It makes it sort of pretty easy to do some weird tricks. Like for example, like combinations won't occur if a block is still falling. So you can do some threes in some ways that aren't like really intended, like this one coming up here. Like a lot of these solutions are not the intended ones if they're doing some weird action-based solution or timing-based. So some of the puzzles are sort of interesting in the solutions, but then there's some of them like this one. The 2-8 here, which is just basically busy work. Oh, but he had a cool maneuver there for 600 points.
Yeah.
Though it does look like, I believe OS's time in this is a little better. It looks like he's catching up slightly. The level gap is shrinking for sure.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the games that OS kind of practiced enough to be really, really tight with.
Yeah. And sometimes you just play the game you enjoy playing more. That just happens. Or if you like the game more, you'll just practice it more. And that's reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the timing spreadsheet, it looks like he only Overswarm only had a 13-second better PB than Pikachu, but he could be a lot more consistent with it as well.
Yeah. I feel like 13 is probably a lot, actually, for this. There isn't a ton of leeway. Now, the actual speedrun for this is crazy, because you have to focus for the entire thing. And there's 16 levels, so it goes up to 1610. So it's like, that's 160.
Nice math there. That checks out. I used my calculator, and you're right. 16 times 10, 160.
You have a calculator? Wow.
On my computer, hit start. Type out calc.
Oh, I just use Google. I just Googled for the answer. Google.
But yeah, I mean, this is an extraordinarily long game, or maybe not long time-wise, but there's a lot to memorize for the full game speedrun for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Toad has the record. It's like barely a sub-hour. Or sorry, No, never mind. That's wrong. It's like 101. Probably could go for sub hour, but that's really daunting. And here's an exciting... The levels with these elevators are very exciting because you have to, like, stand still and wait for them. But, I mean, the strategy of, like, getting the cycles right is actually pretty big, because missing cycles equals missing valuable seconds. Very valuable. One of my problems with this game, I remember, is just the difficulty curve is sort of non-existent. Like it peppers easy and hard levels all over the place for the entire game.
So
honestly,
not
it's
the
just
best game design.
Yeah, it's just too long. If they honestly like just got rid of half the levels, it would probably be more enjoyable. And then just sort them by difficulty in some way. Those crazy guys.
And I haven't played this, but there is like an auto like reset button, correct? Like if you
Sort of.
if you mess up a level.
Yeah. Like this whole thing with like the retries and the score, that's all, none of this matters. The time doesn't matter. It's all just like, it's a video game, it has to have time and the score. It's like, oh, I beat my high score in Puzznic. I mean, if you're playing for score, that's fine.
So top five, most likely these four are in the top four. But Bad Breaks and Dexter are keeping track of the rest of the racers, and whenever, if any of them break into, especially the top two, but probably the top four, they'll be on here.
So, OS and Pika were on the same level briefly, but that's because of this level is really slow.
Yeah, it takes forever because you gotta just kind of go all the way, like, yeah, get the whole stack on the right and then slowly
Yeah.
put them all up.
Yeah, it definitely seems like he's gaining. Regardless. Now, the in-game timer is not a good indication.
Yeah,
Because it stops whenever the blocks are disappearing.
OS has essentially one more level to play, and he's
Yeah.
got 1 minute and 5 seconds less than Pikachu for the game.
Yeah. So 44:53 is when Puzznic was done for Pikachu.
So we now get on to Uninvited, which is a point-and-click adventure game that is somewhat horror-themed, as you can tell from this scary, scary music. But essentially, you're trying to go through an abandoned house to rescue your brother, I believe.
Okay, we got Smart Alec on the screen now. Okay, and OS finished Puzznic at... Looked like it was exactly like a minute behind, so that's pretty close.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. And it does look like it was like... OS did finish 27 seconds ahead of Pikachu there on Puzznic, so he made back a lot of time there.
Yep. Smart Alec's on 3.6, so that's like a couple minutes to go there. Just because of that one super long level for jerks. Or putting in Fire Broth on the stream. What the heck? So yes, this is one of the 3 Kimco adventure games that all look like this. There's the Uninvited, Deja Vu, and Shadowgate. And they all have good music, especially the doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. That's the good music.
Yeah, these speedruns just essentially just become it's another game where you just need to memorize everything you need to do and do it in exactly that order as quickly as you can.
Yeah. So that's how you get rid of ghosts. You use your no ghost. So that's good to know. And Firebroth has a network error. Looks like he's still going. I refreshed and he seems to be going. Just need to reload that screen, or that stream. Any minute now. Meanwhile, Pikachu is going to use the key one on the cabinet, and then going to take the box, and then move back into the second floor hallway, and then into the quiet hallway, and then in the mansion foyer. He's going to throw the box into the fireplace and burn it, and then there's a star. He's going to take the star.
I feel like that's like Captain America's room or something.
Okay. It might be. You know, I imagine this is the game room. I'm not sure, though. That chess board looks like it's not to standard. Too many squares. So, yeah, we're gonna open the door, go to the... I don't know. It's like some sort of trophy room. I mean, there's some stuff we'll just take... Like, we're an adventure game protagonist, so... We know what to take. Like, we're not gonna take the giant bear or the rug. We're gonna take the cage.
Well, I mean, that bear, like, I feel like it would just be a little unwieldy to bring with you.
Clear level for Puznix 310. 310. But we're gonna open sesame. And the statue is like, no. So we're gonna light the candles on fire. And then take them. And then take the goblet. Wow, secret passage. This game seems very obtuse, by the way. Like, the solutions seem ridiculous. Alright, yeah, here's the maze section. So they're just gonna be moving for like a minute. Maze, 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 maze. Do.
And Smart Alec is into Uninvited, and then I know you guys can't see this, I don't think, but Firebroth is also done with Puznix just now, so he is waiting to start Uninvited.
Yeah. Earth 2 screen guy.
So all of the runners are racing. It's just really impossible to be able to have all of them up on screen at once. So we'll always have at least the top 2 runners at the top of the screen, and then we're trying to cycle through a lot of the other ones over the course of the race on the bottom half.
Yeah, I'm surprised by, it seems like there's like a huge clump of people at around a similar time. I guess the early games weren't too... They didn't have a ton of variants. Sometimes there's like some early games with crazy variants.
Yeah, there's usually like a
Archon.
killer game at the beginning where you can finish in a minute or 10 minutes. And
Solar
yeah, this one
Jetman.
didn't really have that. Mach Rider comes to mind.
Yeah, just get the super bike. But this game is pretty spooky. It's got ghosts and like a gravestone. Alright, so Pikachu's leaving the cab. I forgot what the word said. The thing, religious area. Now we're gonna go to the greenhouse. The plants are very dead. I'm
No,
gonna
they're
take
just
this water
yellow
can.
plants. They're fine.
We're gonna make this plant grow. Make it grow more. Turn on the faucet. Get more water. That's one of the more sensible solutions to a puzzle. Now he's got the fruit. Now let's try to enter the Magisterium. We needed the gem to do it. But oh no! There's a creature. But apparently the creature enjoys fruit. And he's like, I'm out of here. Now we gotta enter the safe combination. Then we're gonna break the cookie jar and get a cookie. This game is weird.
Well, this is also where like they make a mistake because whenever I find a cookie, I immediately eat it no matter what. And Pikachu is not choosing to do that, so
You need to learn some self-control. Best song! Okay. I had to wait for that. Right here. Or... Ah, that's so good. It's like, that's the best part of the entire race, actually. Everyone can leave now. Alright. I guess don't leave.
I was gonna comment on that, but I was like, whatever.
I thought you left.
No,
I was like,
I was just dancing.
Alright, now... Wait, I blinked and I forgot what that actually accomplished. But now we're in an ice cave. This is like the opposite of TMNT 3. Where the scene changes every 5 seconds. Okay. We're gonna melt the ice wall. I'm sort of glad that I didn't... I'm glad I have no idea what's happening.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I was actually kind of thinking that it was a Go table, but I remember, was it black and white checkered? Because Go tables usually aren't black and white checkered. They just have black and white kind of beads that you use.
Yeah, I don't think a Go table would be black and white. That would be very hard to see what was happening. Though then again, I don't know. You think this game's gonna have a Go table?
I mean, it's got a lot of other weird stuff.
Alright, now I know this one. You fill the entire... You flood the bathroom with the water, which seems impossible. I don't think this would work. But then you float to the ceiling, and then you found your sister.
Didn't you slap your sister?
No, she's a demon! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa! But then you just use the, drink this! Of course, holy water. And then you win.
I do love how she's just like relaxing there, like waiting for you. She's not like frantic at all or anything.
You've been a big help. The end. No wonder you were uninvited. You like flooded the house.
Now, this could be the first game where we start to have some people have some issues, I think.
Oh, we're gonna see a lot of issues. I'm excited for Iron Sword. The first place score is UGG. That's very fitting. No secret level codes for you, young man. Wow, bad transition time. 32 seconds. Losing 2 seconds for free. Alright, and... Right, so it looks like the lead's 45 seconds. So they could try to get this egg the easy way or the hard way, which is to do this. This jumps really hard. It looks hard, and it is. There we go. So we're gonna get the golden egg, and then we're gonna climb up to the top and give it to the bird. Some sort of rock. Come with me to the clouds. Now this bird has the best RNG in the game. Bird RNG. How long will it take to let you go? Just do a quick check. Okay. So now we're climbing up the clouds. We're gonna go get the Windbane. Any, like, messed up platforming there wastes a lot of time. So, the best part about this game is that, like, you can't defend yourself from, like, literally any enemy. Because you're, like, an immobile jerk who can't do anything and has no attacks. And they just fly in from every angle. So the best strategy is to just ignore it. Yeah. I mean, you can attack, but it's weird. So he's gonna get some magic here. It's like a secret area, and there's some magic. I think he's gonna get some more. What they're all gonna be trying to do is a bug where basically, if your magic's full and you get more magic, it just makes it infinite for the entire game. And if they are not able to do that, then it sort of makes the entire game a lot harder, because you have to actually keep collecting magic. And the goal of this is going to be assemble the Iron Sword. It's a sword made of iron. The mythical element of iron. No other sword is made of iron. But I do like how this song sort of changes. This one has, like, crazy open hi-hat. It's very cool.
Yeah, I feel like we might have had, like, 4 people in this race if this was actually full game, like, beat the game.
But yeah, the final boss is ridiculous. And also, like, past a certain point, continues you don't have continues anymore, which is rough. So it looked like Pikachu got the infinite magic thing, and he got past all the. So those things can just juggle you forever, because once the boss is dead, you can't actually get into its hitbox like you just did there for the final hit, and then you're like. You can just get stuck. It's pretty funny. OS doing this boss too. Yeah, you got through it. I know they were both, like, during the race someone's gonna get messed up here. So Pika getting the golden crown. Do. And here's a wacky demon-y enemy. Looks crazy. Yeah, we're getting the Fire Smite, which is a silly projectile, but you need it to kill the fire boss, of course. Fire Smite. Collect that key as we're falling down. It's just, this game is obviously just a lot of mazes and traversing. Much like the first Iron Sword, except at least this doesn't have just a bunch of gem collection. And yeah, this boss is hilarious. It's like, arr, arr, arr. He's adorable.
He is really hungry.
Mhm. But yeah, so you notice like when they collect the item at the end of each level, they like hang to the right of the door. Because that way you can like enter the door on the same frame that you collect the item. And then if you do that, like it doesn't take your magic away. Like you're not supposed to. Clearly, if you look at the sprite his magic's producing, he's not supposed to have that. That is not intentional. So it's sort of a weird mechanic, and then you can use that to keep like collecting items from range. It's pretty funny. Give the tankard to the giant weasel. I don't know. So yeah, starting here continues our off the table.
So we're coming up to the end here for Pika for this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the one more part of the Iron Sword.
Incredibly challenging boss fight.
Well, he's taking damage. He assembled the Iron Sword. And now for Wrath of the Black Manta.
This was one of the games that we had a world record set during this. I know Endy got it, and then I think Floatius got it after Endy did.
Yeah, so the start point is... There's like a big, huge screen here right after the start point starts. Where it tells you about Taito. So... This game... So you start with... just these 3 life... So, like, the start is maybe the hardest part in terms of not dying. Because your life is low and you don't have, like, the broken invisibility spell. So you sort of have to actually learn this, like what to do at the start. He's getting, and he's pretty close to where there's a life up. It turns out he learned what to do. He's gonna get the life up here. We'll give him 8. And you still want to keep your life as high as possible here, though. For the boss fight, which is probably the only hard boss fight. Don't you love it when games front-load their difficulty?
I know a lot of arcade games did that, so you could just spend a lot of money on it. Or it was just impossible the entire game. But...
Yeah. I think a lot were impossible the entire game. So I mean, a lot of them, they like just didn't understand how hard it was when they made it.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty common problem.
So now we have Vern Troyer's older brother, who's much bigger than him.
Much bigger. So that was a pretty good boss fight. That's actually a pretty interesting boss fight because the hitboxes. There's not much place. You have to hit him in the head. You don't need the doubling thing to actually do that, but it does help. So now they have the invisibility, which makes you invisible and also like take no damage. Except sometimes it does make you take damage due to some programming oversight. Sometimes an enemy will be like, hey, that guy's invisible, and just hit you. Yep, they're Pika and OS pretty close, neck and neck, same screen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long screen. At the start of the game, Pika was 30 seconds ahead of OS, so it is getting a lot closer as the games go.
Now the strategy is use invisibility. Also, you see how there's like a charging meter when you're charging your magic? I did not figure out what that really does. I don't know what that does. But you can just... It doesn't have to be full for your magic to work. Maybe it lasts longer if you charge it. It doesn't even look like that. See, like he just barely filled it and he's invisible. So this game is strange. So he's gonna hang out as close to the right here. It's not relevant on this stage, but in future stages, if you're not, you know, he's doing the clip. In future stages, if you're far enough to the right, you can pass through terrain, which means you don't have to like go around obstacles. There's some slight soft locking risk when you're doing the jump ups, though. So we'll see how like risky they get trying to do that. Yeah, it looks like the way OS did it was a lot more dangerous because he was further to the right. But I would assume they have some strategies for this. So getting the kill on this guy that Pika's trying to do is a little tricky. Because you gotta hit it with 3 stars and... Well, there's some other ways you could do it, but... That would involve probably having different magic. And also, like, if the enemies are close to you, you'll do like a melee attack that deals double damage, but it's really inconsistent to get it to come out. It's not controllable. Also, this part, they did it in a way that despawns the enemies, which is really exciting. Alright, we're gonna see some more terrain. Yeah, okay. See Pika, he's just walking through, walking. The enemies are all despawned because of how they did that. I actually hadn't seen that before, but the setup for when they were getting the kite despawned all the enemies in the level, it seems like. That's fun. That probably explains why the world record went down. So I sort of learned this before that existed.
Gotcha.
It's pretty funny. Though it's not like the enemies are a giant threat anyway. Right, for this boss, they're just gonna use this down magic. Not the most threatening thing in the world. Now they're back to New York City.
OS is definitely gaining though. He's less than 20 seconds behind now.
Yeah, it looks like they're basically going through similar paces here. I haven't seen... I guess the kite... grabbing the kites has been the only issues I've seen. And yeah, I guess that went worse for Pika. So yeah, what OS could do here is like pause and unpause until to move his sprite further right, but he's just not even gonna bother. He's gonna jump around the obstacles. But yeah, if you like pause and unpause, your sprite moves slightly further to the right without the screen scrolling, so you can get into the skipping position. Also, when you die, you'll just respawn where you are unless you're like actually run out of lives. So the fact Pika is low on life is... Now you'll... if it's a boss fight though, it'll restart the boss fight. So basically in the stages it barely matters, but it does matter in the bosses. But there's a life up right here anyway.
So we're getting a couple other people on screen now. We've got Desiax on uninvited, and I don't know how to say that name. Lord? Is that? I'm gonna call it Lord for now. Is on Iron Sword.
Alright, now here's the elevator stage. Wow. Are you ready for the elevator part? Whoa, we get to shoot. That was exciting. Now we just like invisible through everything and we're gonna do some more elevators.
You could say that's quite the elevator action.
I wouldn't.
That's a joke.
Anyway.
See, I can do it too.
Definitely was a joke. It's basically you throw your shurikens right or left. It's actually a lot weirder than it looks, the controlling of that part. Who do you think would win in a fight? This Wrath of the Black Manta guy or the Last Ninja guy? I think the Last Ninja actually moves faster somehow, but he also like can't fall off of a shelf, so it's sort of tough. But he has a sword.
I feel like Black Manta guy would win, but Last Ninja guy wins for best music.
Okay. But did the video game characters like write their own music too?
He did.
I like to think that they just all do that. That's like a prerequisite. But yeah, I didn't learn if the Black Manta is actually this guy or the... Alright, we're approaching the dumbest final boss in the history of video games. What you're about to see is the intended way of beating the boss. There's no other way to actually beat the boss. If you hit it in any other way, its health refills to full. Except... Yeah, okay. Boy, this is actually scary. There! Did that make any sense? Did that make any sense to anyone? There's no other way to beat that boss. What? Alright, and now Rodland time. Time to choose our colors. That's good. Going with silver. Don't look too hard at the options word. Alright, and it looked like looks like there's about I'd say 20-second difference. So that's about like where it was before. Black Manta didn't seem to have a ton of time changing.
Yeah, so I haven't played the NES Rodland, but I played the Game Boy one, and that one was actually really fun.
Yeah. It's definitely Bubble Bobble-ish. You have a ladder you can create. You can beat an enemy by just like grabbing onto it and doing these 3 hits, and then they'll each drop like sort of a weapon that they're random. You have to like react to what they drop because some of them are only useful in certain situations.
Yeah, so this is actually it's very similar to the Game Boy game.
Yeah. And then also if you collect all the flowers in a stage, it'll change all the enemies into something else. Or it'll do like sort of a... Basically, it turns it into like a bonus game. It makes them easier to kill. I don't think anyone's gonna do that here, but... I know some of these enemies are really obnoxious. Especially the splitting ones. So you could do that just to make it a bit easier. So this game has limited continues and lives. And the goal is beat the whale boss, which is the second boss.
Yeah, and it's not the top 4 that are up right now. We have the top 2 up, and then we're cycling through people on the bottom 2. So like, yeah, Squarch is doing really well, but we're trying to get through to a lot of these other runners so they can have some time on the main screen at least.
Mm-hmm. Nice, nice, nice. Look at all these points. Comboing the fruit. Alright, so here's the Gator boss. They like randomly swap positions. It's taking a lot of deaths, I'm noticing. You don't really want to be taking too many. So they like sort of randomly switch positions, so what you want to do is like the Gator on the left there has like he hit it a bit and then he wanted to save like not have too much health left for the end because they get faster as there's fewer left. That one on the bottom didn't move at all. And then he's like, well, fine, I'll go down to it, and then he got destroyed. Pretty funny.
So our racers are now essentially tied. There's less than a second between the two of them.
Yeah, not only that, I'm pretty sure Pika is down to continue, which might be scary. Or a credit, whatever. Then you'll have to play as the second player. Yep. So yeah, the OS definitely has the lead right now. I'm gonna sing. Alright. Yeah, these flying enemies can be sort of annoying because they're hard to manipulate, but that's why the jumping on enemies is very useful against them. But yeah, most enemies you can like sort of manipulate where they go because they follow ladders, or they tend to. They don't always. Oh, that was a really that level was a really good clear for Pika. Pika back in the lead. It was well executed, plus some execution plus luck. That's what you want. He's got some tricks, but then yeah, OS had a good screen there. Land. Yep, both on 16. So I'm trying to keep up with people switching also. Then, okay, so the whale boss involves a lot of mashing. This can go, like, really bad if they give you unfavorable patterns. Looks like OS had that. OS got that good. Pika really close. Got a ton of damage. Yeah, it was, like, only a couple hits away. And so I had to wait a few cycles. So yeah, Overstorm is a pretty slight lead. It looked like it was 5 seconds or so.
Yeah, he had a 30-second faster rod land, so that was really, really well done by OS.
All right, so. Here's G.I. Joe, like this actually the first stage is really important because you need these upgrades very badly. This is another game where you're really weak at the start. I tried playing this game normally, and like just the start, it's really hard to tell what to do. Beating that boss is hard. He moves too fast.
I do also like that his weapon is like some rebar with a concrete block on the end of it.
Yeah. He's a big goon. All the bosses are like twice your size. Yeah, so when you get he upgraded his fists enough that he got like a downward knee strike that deals like way more damage than any of these other attacks. I think it's like 8 times as much damage as a normal punch. It might just be like 4 or 6. So here they're gonna have to save all the hostages. Yeah, there's a counter on the bottom right, the 2-8. So I'm gonna hit that thing for that also drops a health upgrade. You want lots of health. Health is good. Yeah, the hitboxes on some of these attacks is pretty wonky. Especially this jump kick, but also when you when your attack is upgraded enough, your jump kick travels much faster. So that's why that's like the first thing they try to upgrade. Eventually, they'll be upgrading guns in order to do more damage. So yeah, they're just gonna lure the boss into the corner and then do these downward knee strikes until it dies. Hopefully conserving as much health as possible. And there's an explosion. Boom. So here's a ice climbing level. They're trying to pick up as much ammo as possible, and they're also upgrading their laser. You want as much ammo as possible for the end of the game. Basically, it's all for the final level. More ice climbing, and they've got the radio thing. It's basically the goal of each level. This sort of swamp
did you
level.
enjoy playing this game, Counterphone?
I sort of did, yeah.
Interesting, because you did just bash on another game earlier that all you did was jump kick throughout the whole thing.
But this one's fast.
Fair enough.
I like jump kicks. I actually can't remember what you're referring to.
TMNT2.
Well... No, I don't... No, not the jump kick. You do like a slight hop and attack. Like a...
Yeah, the power attack. But...
Hop... Yeah, it's like a hopping sword attack. So this level actually gets sort of tricky because there's just a lot to do. There's a... Gotta keep your life up, lots of enemies. Then there's some, like, instant death pits. You don't want to go in those, because you die.
Logic checks out.
It looks like Pika's slightly ahead now.
Yeah, I was
Very
gonna say
slightly.
I was watching Captain Green, who we now have on the screen, and Eat It Up 86. Who are playing through Iron Sword and Uninvited, and I missed how Pika actually got in the lead.
Well, it's, yeah. So the firing the gun is actually sort of weird in this game. Trying to do it fast. It's one of those games where if you mash it, it doesn't seem to work great. So you need good timing, but building up good timing is hard.
Man, this is really close. I'm loving how close OS and Pika
Yeah.
are.
Yeah,
It
they
reminds me.
both two-cycled it. That was pretty good.
It reminds me of the Yogi Pika or Yogi Prizzy one that they were all like within, like
Oh yeah, that was
very
that
very
was-
short times.
Yeah. Yeah, not a whole lot going on in this level. There isn't anything. They don't need any more upgrades. They don't. The only thing they might go for is ammo if there's some convenient. I remember this level being pretty hard. Or, not hard. It's just long and awkward. I guess it's not hard. I don't know. You don't want to lose too much life. You get like a... You get some health back between levels. Not full health, but... There's some amount. Yeah, really small difference between the two. So now this is sort of like a maze boss rush. This is like the final level, by the way. It's like a mazy boss rush. They want to they want to use as much ammo on these mini bosses as possible, but they need like, I don't know what their safety buffer is for the final, but I imagine it'd be like around 80. They want to conserve about 80 ammo for the Cobra Commander. The actual amount needed is sort of hard to quantify because the gun is the amount of damage it deals is not too obvious.
How much life do you want at the end? Pika's down to not a ton.
There's a life up like right here.
Okay.
Yeah, life's not going to be an issue. It'll be an issue if they don't know what they're doing, but they clearly do. It's funny, you can see that they're both doing the exact same things, because they've played this a lot. Yeah. Yeah, so they have a lot of ammo. You see, they're using these lasers, and if both lasers hit, it'll deal more damage than if only one hits. Makes sense to me. But yeah, they have such a safety buffer. There we go. So that looks like basically 10 seconds difference. Pretty good. Now
on to one of the most graphically beautiful games on the NES.
Mm-hmm. Another the music in this game is amazing, by the way. I won't make the same joke about the composer.
You sure it might go back? It might go over better this time.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
This game's also really scary. Well, in a manner of speaking, it's scary. Like you're not gonna run out of continues or lives, but if you die in opportune times, or you can waste, like there are certain power-ups that give you, like there's a one that turns you into a bubble that lets you float. If you wind up wasting that or like messing up a jump, then you have to like actually play the stage as intended, which is no one wants.
Yuck! Why would we want to do that?
I love how the music like speeds up and slows down though.
Yeah, I mean, I was joking.
Yeah.
I was joking about the ugliness of the title screen, but I actually really love the running animation. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, there's definitely like it sort of gives you the vibe that it's one of those terrible licensed games that they made late into the NES life cycle. But I think it's a little better than that. That didn't look like an intentional death, but it didn't really matter.
Yeah, it was at least, yeah, it didn't really hurt him at all.
Another game that doesn't know what invisibility means. Oh, that means you take no damage, right? This and Wrath of Black Manta. Invisible. Oh,
he did mess up the bubble there, didn't he?
Well, yeah. The tricky thing is that you have to keep switching to hammer, but the bubble power up gets in the way a lot, because usually it's just switch from hammer, switch to normal attack, and when you pick up the ink, that counts as a power up. Yeah, that's bad. That like I think you're supposed to use that later, or maybe his route's different.
But yeah, that definitely OS is
yeah, they look
up with
tied.
them again.
It looks tied. I don't think they're tied. But yeah, I mean, sorry, they're tied. Everybody, PogChamp. Spam your PogChamps.
Looks like we have Jangle Storm and Mr. PUBG as well. Both of them on Black Manta, so they are cruising through just a little bit behind our leaders here, just a couple games.
Mhm. Cruising USA. So OS is having some issues getting this clip. There, you got it now. So yeah, those issues, yeah, so now Pika's got a pretty big lead now.
Yeah, definitely. Like, he jumped, got hit by the fire under that pan there, and took a death that I was pretty sure was unintentional.
This game's just really awkward, if you can't tell. Your projectile is really awkward. It sort of controls weird. You have to, like, memorize a ton just because there's enemies all over the place. So it's easy to just sort of forget. You have to make this tough jump here. Or this is what OS is doing. To get the, whatever weapon. Machete, I don't know. Cheese. And you use that just for the slight height. That allows you to jump up somewhere you're not intended to. So here's this weird wasp boss. That was a really, really good quick kill. Basically, you hit the hive once to release a wasp from it. Then you have to hit each wasp once to make it hit Tom. It's sort of convoluted. Okay, so he has to hit this skip. This is like the scariest thing. Okay, he did it. If you miss that, that's like 2 minutes time loss. Because you can't go back. You can't try it again, and you have to like just do this stage. Maybe it's not 2 minutes, but
It's definitely a significant time loss.
Mhm.
Regardless of exactly how long it is.
And now he's descending to hell. There's gonna be more and more fire down here. Scary. Yeah, Overswarm got it too. It didn't. Yeah, it's not terribly hard, but what it is just a scary thing to have to do. So one thing to note is that if they run out of lives, which they probably, I mean, it could happen. They seem to be taking it sort of safe, which is fine. If they run out of lives and they lose whatever items they have, they start the level over, which usually won't matter except for there's really only one important item type, which is the bubble candy.
Yeah, and honestly, not even just the running animation, but like the standing still, like hand on the waist, kind of like swag.
Yeah.
Like stance. I like that one too.
Jerry looked great. Tom looks like no animation included. He has
the budget ran out. They had to ship it out the door.
None of his iterations have. I mean, at least his sprite's big, so he wins on size. So there's a sort of hard damage boost they could have tried. He could have tried there.
I guess at the end though, like he kind of like swipes with his paws and stuff. Is that an animation?
No, I don't remember him doing that. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so this is like the most annoying level I've ever played in a video game. The one with the drills. So basically, you get this drill item, so you can drill through walls, but which walls you can drill through are not marked. Plus this lightning is just blocks you forever. Some of it I don't even understand how to get through without taking damage. And you have to basically memorize where to drill. Because none of these other walls that they're not drilling, like, it's hard to avoid getting lost or just wasting a ton of time.
Just seems like a cooler version of Dig Dug. Actually, it might be a less cool version of Dig Dug.
So like, that one, I don't understand how to get past it. Seems impossible. I mean, it's not harder to be cooler than Dig Dug, let's be honest.
Wow.
Dig Dug.
Such Dig Dug hate. See there was a hand animation. Look. The dynamite.
I mean, I guess.
I wasn't thinking about this
I guess-
iteration of the boss, but
I guess it has 2 frames, closed and open. And it died, aka it changed its Y position.
but yeah, I mean, obviously, like yeah, comparatively, Jerry is way better.
Yeah. Alright, so he's got candy. Float. Is it supposed to be bubblegum? I don't think so. So he's doing this sort of... the clip he just did there is sort of more awkward than it looked. It looked like it was... Like, you probably didn't even notice that it was a clip or that it was... But he did it really smoothly. You have to, like, frame perfect tap. Maybe not frame perfect, but... You can't go too far left. The excitement. This is how
Stupid
spiderwebs work.
spider webs.
Yeah, this is how they work. They just slow down the entire game, I think. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to have to do this level normally because there's just too many enemies. It's ridiculous. Alright, here's the final boss. Pretty exciting final boss, actually. It has like
Yeah,
a
it was,
million.
it was these hand like rocket things that I was talking about originally.
I think it's the same hand.
It looks like it.
Yeah, this boss requires a lot of practice. You have to be able to like hit him efficiently on each phase. Remember where he's gonna go. Not get hit by rockets. So the worst thing is like doing this boss and then dying like 40 hits in. I think he has like 50 health. But are you excited for the death animation? Oh! Wow!
GG, Pika.
Now it's time for Adventure Island! The goal is... World 2! Overstorm doing the boss fight. His health is full. Series adventuring. So one strategy you could do for this is finish the level with as little of that meter on top as possible because it counts down. Though I imagine they're not going to do anything remotely dangerous when it comes to that.
Yeah, so I mean, you have a food or energy meter at the top. You see with all those tick marks, and yeah, you die when you get to nothing. So even though it is a time save, if you finish the level with as little energy as possible, it's very risky. And this game is very punishing. So
yeah, there's also that thing he avoided picking up, that vase or whatever. If you pick that up, then it's a big time loss during the countdown here, the pot. Though, oddly enough, in this game, a lot of them are like hard to not pick up. So it's like they just put that in to mess up with speedrunners. Basically.
Yep, I'm sure that's why they put it in there, was to mess speedrunners up back in 1987.
Well, why else would they put it in? It's ridiculous. They must have been high when they thought of the pot bonus. Pretty high. Also, good song.
No, I mean the whole Adventure Island series, though, like all of them on the NES, are just incredibly difficult games. Also, I feel like Master Higgins is one of the better names for like a main character, especially when like you look at him, you would not call this guy on the skateboard Master Higgins.
No. But yeah, did you see that pot location? It's like right in front of you. Terrible.
I was just gonna mention what Fireball said too. Like, I do definitely love the jazz hands on the skateboard.
There's another sick song. So yeah, the skateboard gives him like an extra hit point. But it does make you a bit more... makes it a bit harder to control. And it makes the... Usually if you hit a rock, you'll just sort of trip over it. But on the skateboard, it'll just cause you the life. So he could have picked up a demon thingy that drains his health meter, whatever. Like, it's not... I don't know what to call that meter. It's not a health meter because you die in one hit.
Yeah, I just call it like an energy meter or even like a hunger meter because like you pick up food to replenish it.
Yeah. So you can pick that up in order... because it'll drain it down low at the end. But again, not worth the downside, I guess. Which is reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one benefit to the first one, like this game has checkpoints, where like the second one, if you ever died, like you just start at the beginning of a level.
Oh yeah, that's pretty rough. Yeah, this has checkpoints, you can see the numbers. Which are nice, actually. Not many games like tell you when you're...
Yeah.
Though dying is still annoying because you start with no weapon either.
Are those Ewoks that are running?
Seems unlikely. So here's a boss. You have to do these high jumps in order to hit it, which involve having to like do... It's not just a normal jump. They're sort of awkward. You generally have to be like holding a direction when you jump.
Looks like we have added Twin Stick Gamers onto the screen, and he's going through Black Manta, and Tool23 is working his way through Iron Sword, so they're both doing fairly well.
Mm-hmm. And Overstorm done with the boss.
It does, you know, I've expected people to have a lot more trouble with Iron Sword than I think they actually had. Like, it seems like some people have been held up a little, but so far there hasn't really been a game that's knocked a lot of people back that far.
It definitely has like a control learning curve. And there's like some parts like around the stage that Tool's at that can be pretty bad, especially if the ghosts start giving you the business.
Yeah, I guess we'll probably see. Maybe Wampum could definitely be one that destroys a couple people's runs.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, Iron Sword does have like potential of gaming over entirely if you're not careful. But yeah, I guess there aren't as many like scary games as usual.
In this one, yeah. Wampum last stage I would definitely probably put into that very scary category, but yeah, you're right. There isn't... I feel like there aren't as many like really screw you over games this time as there have been in the past. There's some difficulty, but not like incredibly bad.
So this level has a weird wrong warp that they might try. Or maybe it's the next level. They might just not even bother. Which seems fair. Sorry, yeah, it's 2-3, I think. Yeah. Never mind.
Also, I do want to give a shout out to my buddy Ted, who I'm pretty sure isn't in chat, but he looks like Master Higgins, and I laugh every time I think about that. So, shout outs to Ted.
Pico lost his skateboard, but then he found another one. Yay. Pot bonus for Overswarm. Ah, wrong warp. Bam! Woo! Everybody. Yay. Those platforms are not, that platform's not actually supposed to move upwards. But if you do a certain thing, it does. It's sort of weird. And then it thinks you're going to a bonus level. It's sort of weird. And Overswarm got it too. This last level is sort of straightforward. And that's the goal.
Now we get to our I almost said auto scroller, but we'll say shmup.
I found
For
this
the
game
list.
pretty fun. This game's fun to play.
Yeah, I played this probably 3-4 years back. I tried it out, and it was actually a pretty enjoyable game.
Very relaxing. And ridiculous. Animals are trying to kill you. This seems like a game that they would have Americanized very hard when they ported it, but they didn't, which is nice. They'd have been like, cool, evil cyber man. But no, they kept the animals trying to take over the world story.
Yeah, I prefer that. I'm kind of happy they kept it.
Yeah. Cyberman Steve Johnson has to infiltrate the alien base with his trusty gunship.
Yeah, so somebody mentioning that they made Adventure Island look easy, but it's not. I mean, that's one of the great parts about these races. Is you get people that in only 4 or 5 weeks they can learn a game well enough, or learn 20 games well enough to make them actually look easy. And yeah, it wasn't all of Adventure Island, but I mean, the game is pretty brutal.
So there's bunnies shooting carrots at you? I don't understand this game. This is a giant carrot. I
mean, honestly though, if you have like flying carrots shooting like smaller carrots at you, would you not defend yourself?
But where are we exactly?
Space.
I thought this was about Earth, or whatever planet. Like, animals are revolting. We're on, like, some craterous moon area.
Who are the guys that live in the craters?
I don't know. Something Japanese. So basically there's two good weapons. There's the spears and the homing things. Two or three, I guess. Then in the top left they have there's the letter F, that's their bomb type, and then 12 is the amount. This is... Yeah. I thought they were gonna use a bomb on that thing, but I guess not. So when you use a bomb, it like does some crazy thing, but it also it turns your weapon back into just the pellet shooter while it's occurring, just to like so because it can't render both. There's too much stuff on the screen. So it's not necessarily correct to use them against all bosses. There's like a huge spreadsheet of damage charts. It's pretty funny. But that, yeah, this is also like the easy difficulty.
Yeah. I will say, if anyone needs to run to the bathroom or something, they want to be here for the end, this is probably a good time to do this. We'll be here on Gunnak for probably another, like, I don't know, 13 to 15 minutes. I feel like there's always kind of a game like this. Like, we had Tailspin at, like, game 17 or something a few back.
I like Tailspin.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's almost like it's like a test in concentration more than like a difficult game where you just need to like make sure that you're not going on autopilot.
That's true. Watch out for the 1. It'll downgrade his weapon. Watch out for the 5.
And it looks like Angel Undead is working his way through G.I. Joe as well, so he's only 3 games back.
So here's why this weapon's good, because it can hit both the eyeballs when the rabbit opens eyes. So the only places you can gain or lose time are on these bosses. Ooh, that carrot almost got him. Somehow, one took more damage than the other. So that was a 6th cycle.
And we have, hey, Billy Mays here! Also on G.I. Joe.
So they're increasing turbo power or something. They did something in the shop. You can upgrade your weapons or buy bombs or increase your speed. Not scrolling speed, unfortunately, just ship speed. So you can make it like so fast that you just can't control it, and then you die. So I'm gonna assume they are not doing that. So we switched over to the wavy weapon, now we're getting the fire beam weapon. I don't know if he's actually getting this for any reason or if he's just doing it for fun. They both seem reasonable to me. You're right, so your weapon's gonna downgrade if you take any hits. He's got like a super ship that'll downgrade to a regular one if he takes a hit. then if the regular one takes a hit, then you explode. But generally, if you get into a situation where anything is too dangerous, bombs will generally save you. Because they also blow up projectiles. We're gonna blow up volcanoes. This seems really productive in our efforts to save the world. Blowing up volcanoes.
Maybe you're just covering them back up.
I guess.
No, I don't even. I can't even convince myself of that. Never mind.
Where'd the animals go?
I don't know. They all seem to be robots now.
Well, I think the animals were making robots. Alright, so now we're at the incredibly annoying sound boss. Now I've seen a strategy here that involves using a bomb that's like, makes a circle, because it matches the flight path. But, I mean, it's probably like... Even the quick kills are basically the same amount of time. So there's just no need to mess around. Probably just don't even do it unless you downgrade your weapon. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this was a game that they've barely played. They probably haven't touched it unless they've been doing full game runs or like initial learning.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you have your boss skills down, like you're losing like very low single digit seconds on the entire 17-minute game.
Yeah, I don't think they were like grinding for top time gun knack first 3
Well,
levels.
especially when it's not a full game either, right? So.
Now go blow up some more giant candles and some more factories. Look at this wacky bomb. It goes in diagonals. That's the T bomb. There's also F. And 2 other letters that I can't remember. I think the F is the circle. It's like fire.
Once again,
And
so
here's a
Adam G,
wacky boss.
we have the top 2 players on the top, but the bottom 2 we are cycling through to other people that haven't been on the stream yet.
We got Hey Billy Mays here. He's on Tom and Jerry. Looks like he's... yeah. He's trucking along. Level 2-1. Area 2 clear! Only 1 area to go. Maybe this will tell us more about the intricacies of the storyline.
I'm not holding my breath.
Alright, so now we have the most dangerous enemy, which is the power-ups that the boats drop. You don't want to pick any of those up. Look, there's all the bomb types. W, T, F, and B. And there's some money. There's a flamethrower. There's some more money. Meanwhile, let's take a look over at the Tom and Jerry zone as Billy Mays get into the tricky skip part. Not tricky, but just important. Wait for it. Hey, success! And the crowd went wild. Whoa, they both used the bomb at the same time. Whoa!
Also, I did just check out Squarch, and he's only about 3 minutes behind Pika. So even though Overswarm and Pika are like neck and neck here, Squarch is not that far behind.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, that's kind of what we expected when you looked at the PBs across all the games in the time tracker spreadsheet that the runners were using. It was those three within just a couple minutes of each other. And then there was a pretty decent gap to the number 4 person.
That sounds reasonable. We're all excited for Wampum, the next game. It's going to be exciting.
I would say if you join the Discord for Best of Ness and go to the Big 20 or Big 20 Resources channel, there is a link to the spreadsheet if you want to check it out.
Mm-hmm.
It would be in the pinned messages somewhere.
Oh boy, this ship is moving way slower now. Look at it go.
We're almost through though. We're almost through.
And now it's going backwards. Oh.
I don't know if they'll allow you, Ariel, or I don't know if like you have permissions to do it, but you can go ahead and try. You're not going to get banned for it or anything. There were 24 people who started the race. We're cycling through as many of them as we can on the bottom 2, but the top 2 are our leaders. So Ariel created the spreadsheet, so that's why I didn't mind him linking something.
Link in chat, Ben! Ben! How dare you people post links? So, actually, this octopus boss is sort of engaging.
Definitely more so than the previous ones, for sure.
Mhm.
So, yeah. Pika is on to Wampum, which is, I actually think Wampum
Up and
is
Wampum.
a pretty fun game, but it is definitely kind of like a budget Mega Man almost, I guess.
Did you know that it's a reskin of a different game? Sort of? Not really.
I did
They just
not.
changed the main guy. Yeah, the Japanese version is like based off of some IP, so they just changed a bunch of sprites. Looks like it's about a 30-second difference. Which is... yeah. They've been like within a minute for a long time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they did just finish a 17-minute auto-scroller.
Yeah, but I mean...
So, yeah, no, I mean, it's been
those
probably almost an
those
hour.
Shot menus are hard. As you'll notice, the spikes don't deal that much damage. Actually, the first level really doesn't have anything interesting, or... this is the tutorial level for sure. So you'll see on the top left, there's these, sort of bottle-shaped things. You can have up to 3 of those. And when you run out of health, it consumes one of those.
Yeah, they're essentially like an auto-use E-Tank from Mega Man.
Yeah, except some bosses will steal them and refill their own health with yours, which is pretty funny. You want to not have that happen. So here's this ice falling part. Yeah, you can choose the levels in any order, and yeah, like Mega Man, you get a weapon for each based on what you beat. It's definitely Mega Man-ish.
Favorite game as a 6-year-old. Man, if you beat this as a 6-year-old, you are a pro gamer.
So they're gonna... and also each level there's like this, there's an item that doubles your weapon attack for like 5 attacks. Oh! Pika got one.
Yeah. Speaking of the devil.
They're very good for bosses. Because... yeah, because bosses take like 10 hits. So... well, they only give you 4 attacks. Yeah, so when that boss is red, if he took damage from it, it would have stolen one of the life bottle things. And also there's these little... I don't know what they are. They look like... some sort of fruit, mangoes or something. Probably not mangoes. If you collect enough of them, then your maximum health goes up. Yeah, basically these things that Pika didn't collect. I'm sure he would have, but he just didn't want to hit the TNT.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to be safer, you can collect more and more.
Go
of
back
those.
and get that health refill. That's definitely worth losing a second and a half
Yeah.
on, I think.
Yeah, probably. I mean, there's like a hidden health refill up to the right there too. But yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I think he was at like 1.5 health, so he's just trying to be safe. He knows he's playing a pretty good race so far. Yeah, exactly, Bad Breaks. The last stage is pretty tough. I mean, you can get... I want to say you can get 3 health refills in that last stage, but it's still not an easy level by any means.
Mm-hmm. We got Squirch. Start, or like 20 seconds into the first level.
Yeah, so he is still pretty close. And then Cool Doob on Tom and Jerry. So just a
There's
note.
another black ball boss.
Oh yeah, go ahead and talk about the boss
Chemistry.
first.
Well, it's pretty self-explanatory.
And he just
It's like-
bounces around a lot.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, both OS and Pikachu are about 90 seconds to 2 minutes ahead of their current full run PBs, so they are both doing very, very well.
Also, this is an interest. This throwing spear item is pretty interesting because it makes platforms you can jump on.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of vertical sections where we're going to use that. Yep, Pikachu is in the lead, but not by a ton, about a half a minute or so.
Yeah, there's a lot of hidden items that are not obvious where they are. But if you do like a weird jump in a certain way, they'll reveal themselves. And usually
So-
those will be the bottles. Or
Yeah,
the hearts.
and it's not quite like the Super Arrow from Mega Man because you can't like jump on it and have it fly away or anything. But
Right.
this is kind of its main use. There is just climbing.
Mm-hmm. I see a hidden item there. Now this boss is hard to... It's like not even worth trying to avoid damage from because he's just... Like, I don't know how
Yeah.
you avoid that. That's... Here.
Yeah, I mean when you get the kind of the spiral out leaf thing along with the leaves falling from the ceiling, there's not a lot of pixels you can be safe with.
Here, have some leaves. Yeah, so he got an item, or like the spear spin move, which I believe, well, some enemies take more damage to attacks than others, in sort of a Mega Man-ish way. But I think it generally does like double damage. And yeah, so he's riding this cloud. The cloud's sort of tough to manipulate. It's way harder than it looks.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Because it feels very... The hitbox is short and you have to time it so that it's underneath you as you're going
Yeah, and
down.
a lot of times, like when you try to jump on it, like it seems like you're jumping on it, but you still just end up going straight through it.
Mhm.
Now, this boss, on the other hand, is usually not as difficult.
Yeah, because it's pretty weak to the spin attack.
So Cool Doob did get through Tom and Jerry and is now on Adventure Island, as Squirch is finishing up the Black Ball boss.
Now we're in the spooky woods. Oh no. Yeah, it's just tanking everything, then getting that health refill. Very common theme for pretty much all the stages are like that until the final one. If he falls into the thing here, it's fine, or it's not like an instant kill. See? Even though it looks scary. And there are things like that later.
Is this and Astyanax made by the same company? 'Cause this music reminds me of Astyanax for some reason.
I don't remember. Are they both
I mean, this
Jellico?
boss you just... Oh, are they both Jaleco games?
Palico. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know why, but that stage just reminds me a lot of like some of the Styanax music.
You got the quick kill on that. That thing transforms into like a moth or something if you don't get that. You have to get the... That's harder than it looks. That's a really good job. Pika's sort of just destroying this game for now.
For now.
For now.
Yeah, I mean, both him and OS have been doing really well this whole marathon.
Mm-hmm. Come on, we need more terrible mistakes.
Yeah, I called it Astyanax for a very long time, but then everyone was calling it a Styanax, so I switched.
Overstorm barely got that. He was scared. Based on his webcam, he was like, ah! Yeah, because if it transforms, it like gains a bunch of health. It's not ideal. This part's tricky because the ice is annoying. So strategy is to use these spears to stand on, and also these water things just push you like crazy. So it's like a pretty awkward climb.
It's a good thing to show. You can only, I don't know if you mentioned it, Kanatophone, but you can only have 3 of the health refills. So if you pick up a 4th, like Pika just did, it'll just refill your health right away.
That is true. And of course, the weakness of the ice water guy is spear. The frog.
Yeah, we have Frog from Chrono Trigger's brother or sister, Pink Frog.
I guess. Sounds froggiest. And now here's the Kickle Cubicle thing. There. Alright, and now for Heck itself.
Yeah. You want to, well, for the most part, you want to avoid the dark blinking sections because they will damage you.
So the main problem here is that if you die, you start the level over with no bottles.
Yeah.
Or whatever they are. I can't tell.
Much tougher.
They look like bottles. So you're probably going to want to take it safe, but there's also some instant death pits up ahead, which are fun. Most of these screens have like a full life up thing, though. Like right there. So life is not a problem unless they die. I would say this a fair thing to say. Alright, so here's, it's the spaghetti. If you fall in those, you die. So we're doing some safe strategies. Yeah, I like that damage boost there. I was watching Overstorm doing like the actual strategies. But, nah, forget that.
Then we get into the stupid space no gravity room where you need to use your like fire stick to propel yourself.
Yeah, the controls here are not optimal.
They're terrible.
So if you do an upward attack and you're flying upward, it'll change your direction. Same thing with downward attack if you're going downward. Then if you hit left and you're going left.
Yeah, I appreciate what they were going for, but I personally did not find that section very fun.
I think there's 2 life ups there, but he doesn't need 2.
This space section much easier.
Now he's attacking to the song. That's pretty good. Yeah, he's fine. We're done here. Now Overstorm doing the wacky part.
And so pretty much this last boss, you're just going to need to hit like the weakness of each of these very quickly. And then
or you can just use the dragon thing and kill all of them. The dragon thing takes some of your life, but he does... Wait. Like, I don't even know why he's bothering switching. Oh, he missed one. Oh man. But yeah, he has so much life, it doesn't even matter.
And time.
missed out.
Pika destroyed that game. That was really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, that was really good. 14-21. Destroyed. I think he gained a bit of time over Swarm.
I feel Bad
No
Breaks and
thanks.
Dexter put in the 30 seconds just so they could sit on the title screen here for a while. We have a needle first route, which is interesting. I feel like he's resetting. I was gonna say, I thought Pika was doing top first.
Oh boy. 50. Alright. Oh, he had a 52-second lead after Wampum.
But yeah, like I was really surprised when he went to needle.
That was pretty funny. Yeah, there's a few different things they can do first here. There's Magnet, Top. Or was there just the two? Oh, Gemini first, right?
I mean,
I was doing that.
you can
Gemini
do
first
that,
is-
but
That's the mashy one. If you're good at mashing, Gemini. If you're Yogi, not Gemini.
I don't know. I mean, top first, there's a lot of mashing too with the cats and stuff before you have Magnet.
Yeah, I can't exactly. They seemed pretty nominal differences. Unless you're super cool. So not for me. Yeah, Pikachu is definitely a masher. That was some good mashing. That was sick, actually. Also, I hope you like lag, because
There's a lot of lag in Mega Man 3. I do
and
actually
Saturday.
really like watching some of these non-Mega Man players play Mega games because some of them are actually pretty darn good, or better than you would think they would end up being after not having a lot of time to practice.
Mm-hmm. Alright, now he's just showing off.
Got the 3 cycle there.
Overstorm 3-sec goal. Squirt's doing the annoying gravity room of doom.
We also do have Vrielis on the screen now. We've had them up for just a little bit, working through Iron Sword.
But yeah, you can see why this route is much more mashing required. Magnet first, you'd have the magnet missiles for... You get some good usage out of it here. But if you're really mashy, you do Gemini really early. And that takes the cake. We're doing a relatively safe top man strat here.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous
Yeah,
section if you're trying to do it incredibly fast.
Yeah. Especially because when they start dropping... Yeah. You don't want power-ups. the input eating power-ups.
And yeah, you also have to be really careful when using Top Man's weapon, because if you are attacking somebody with iframes, you can lose the weapon almost instantly.
It's pretty funny. But you can use it when you enter the door and they spin. Mega Man needs more weapons like this. More charge kick. I like charge kick. I wished it was more useful. Yeah, and doing Gemini Man was just the busters. Another fun time for all. The lag here gets really ridiculous if you don't get a good handle of all the enemies. Like if two of these guys start shooting fire everywhere.
Gets the Proto Man skip.
Mm-hmm.
If you slide right at the end of the screen and then jump before the slide finishes, you can actually kind of skip that whole section there. Yeah. Usually you have to wait and there's a cutscene, etc.
Then you'll have less lag because the music's not playing.
Exactly.
You also do a similar no music thing in the Dock stages Shadow Man.
Or at least, yeah, you would if we were playing those.
Yeah. Now I'm assuming none of them are doing the slide on every block strategy on this screen. They're going to use Rush Marine. Very scary screen. Wow. It's scary. Get out of the water. Oh god. Okay.
Hey, we're good. I mean, yeah. Well, let's wait till he gets up the ladder. But no, I think Gemini is definitely one of the harder stages to get through, I think.
Yeah. So they do 2 shots just to buffer the timing jumping over that guy. Gemini Man fight is actually super interesting. So basically, they can't both have iframes at the same time, both the clones. So you can always hit one, then the other, then the other one, alternating. So doing it as fast as possible is actually really hard.
Yeah, it's a pretty fun boss fight, though.
And I think the task just goes Mega Buster and goes left, right, left, right, left, right. And it's hilarious. Maybe it doesn't actually do that, but I think I've seen a video of it.
Yeah, OS did get really low there on health, but made it through.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Scorch is doing Magnet first, which will make it a bit hard to compare.
Pika is back to Needleman, which is this time actually intending to
I
play
thought
the
he already did it. Yeah, it looks like Overstorm's catching up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning, it was about, 45 seconds at the start of this game, and Pika wasted probably 15 or 20 just misselecting Needle.
Mm-hmm. And Needle doesn't have a whole lot going on here. It's actually pretty short. Just have to deal with some lag. This screen's impossible. Wow. No.
Yeah, so Squirch actually, I think, lost a little bit of time in Wampum. He was only 3 minutes behind Pika in Gunnak. And it looks like he's probably more in the range of 5-ish minutes, 4 to 5 minutes behind now. Oh no!
Looking
at do a laser.
He lost 50 seconds. Hey, another one. Oh! Overstorm gets one too. Bam! Alright, close one. You got Needle Cannon. Yeah, Squirch is Magnet first. So he's on level 3, let's say. And the other two are on level... I can't remember. 5, 6. 6.
I think this is 5.
Let's see, Snake, Spark, Magnet,
Magnet and
Hard.
Hard.
Yeah, okay, 5. You're right. Not in any order. So the rest gen in this game is completely broken. Best Mega Man item ever. But the strongest enemy is of course lag, which this stage has a lot of. There is no lag mitigation in this stage, the lag wins, you just go as fast as you can.
Yeah, they're within a screen apart now. In fact, they're on the same screen very briefly there.
Mm-hmm. This screen's pretty scary casually. But... well, actually, even with Rush Jet, there's like... They have to just make sure they don't do anything dumb.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you know that if Mega Man leaves the screen, it stops counting down the Rush Jet ammo, then it makes it a lot easier.
Is it that? I thought even if you just jump.
You know, it's been a long time since I played Mega Man 3, but I think you have to be off the screen. I could be wrong, though.
Eh. Whatever. Good kill by Overstorm standing right in the middle. Save that 1 second or something. 0.
Okay, apparently you just have to jump. You're right.
Yes! Mega Man cred. Now it's time for Mega Man. Now this is the best song. Come on. Fight me, IRL. That looked a bit fishy. Not fishy, dicey? Let's say dicey.
Dicey's a better word, yeah. That was a good Proto Man fight.
Yeah, Pika
cow.
mashes like crazy. Just bustering through everything. Using quick attack, am I right? Eh?
Eh.
Anyone? Oh, I should have been making those jokes the entire time. Ah! What am I even doing? But yeah, just the option of, anyway, that is close. Shadow Blade.
So you can do this boss fight correctly.
I don't even
It's
know
like
why
OS.
this...
OS definitely did it a little better.
Yep. So I think Pika's a little closer to the middle. Nope, never mind. Oh, the middle's on the left. Oh, disaster. Also, I had no idea Shadow Blade was Magnet Man's weakness for a long time. Because it didn't make any sense to me. Like, they've ruined the circle of Mega Man. Time for Hard Man. No jokes. No jokes allowed.
Why can't I make a joke that this stage is difficult?
Oh no, the bees! If any bees get released, I think that costs like a minute of lag.
It is like if 2 sets of the bees get out, it's just like almost like standing still.
That's actually way harder to do that part with that's one of the benefits of this route. Having to kill those with magnet missile is tricky. Shadow Blade's way easier.
Shadow is way easier.
Shadow is just generally a useful item. But yeah, it's funny because Overstorm basically always has Shadow Blade on, while Pika is just Buster in.
And I mean, just so people know, like Overswarm did have, I think, about a 20-second PB over Pika in Mega Man 3. So you would expect probably, assuming that they're both the same consistency with it, that it would be a little better game for Overswarm. But
yeah,
I mean, Pika is still definitely no slouch.
Yeah, Overstorm had learned this game before, so that helps.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean,
commodity.
But then again, there's always some games that people know, and whether they learn it in prep for the announcement or for they've known it for years. I mean, it's still just people knowing the games.
Boo-doo-boo-doo.
And while we're working through Hardman stage, or not Hardman stage, we're on a Sparkman stage. Just mention that Link is now up on screen with G.I. Joe.
Alright, he's almost done it. He's close to the end.
Those trash compactor things, or whatever they are, can also cause a lot of lag if you let more than a couple of them drop down on screen.
Good Gemini Man, or Needle Man. For Squirch. Squirch. It's time to let the sparks fly. With Sparkman. Ah! Okay. That's scary for Pika.
Yeah, I mean,
That's good.
They made it through.
It's a scary part. Spark Shock. Yeah, 1812 Robot Masters for Overswarm. 1859 for Pika. So
1812 is actually faster than the spreadsheet time for Overswarm.
Sounds about right. I'm assuming he didn't.
Yeah, and you
wasn't
saw
grinding it for the spreadsheet.
You saw the reset point was actually like when they go back to the stage select screen, so they had to wait through that.
Yeah, so he gained 47 seconds. It's pretty good. Well, yeah, and it's probably not going to let up here because this is another game he knew because this was in Nescathlon.
Yeah, this was in Nescathlon, yeah, which OS did. I think Wampum was in that. Well, Wampum and Shatterhand were both in Nescathlon, but it was different Nescathlons. I'm not sure if he did both of them.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think he knew Wampum, but maybe he did. Maybe he did. So in this game, they're collecting this red jacket, which just when they have the red jacket, they have double health, and it goes away if they take 3 hits. That's the general thing. So it's very important to not take any hits when you have the red jacket on, which is nice. It's always nice when the game isn't just damage run through everything. Well, I mean, it's nice unless you're playing it. When I'm playing it, I love running through everything. That's great. I don't want to have to, like, play.
You don't want to have to play.
No.
And no, Beetle, like I said this a little while ago, like, everyone comes in usually knowing some portion of the games, and so a win's a win. There's nothing going to be taken away whether you knew games before or not.
Yeah, it's really just, it's not some sort of thing you can do anything about. I mean, and some people are able to practice more than others. It's not, there's no standards. It's hard to, it's you don't have to, like, get too hung up on that, I guess.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I just like seeing how many people actually take it upon them to try to learn 20 games in a month and then go race it. I mean, it's not all about the winning. It's about just challenging yourself to see if you can do it. Because like Kananophone said, like, a lot of people, they might have 5 to 10 hours a week to play, whereas some of these people probably played more than 5 hours a day. And so it's just experience coming in or knowledge of the games, being in, like, a time that they can play and get consistent with it. It's so different that it's tough to just, like, expect that everyone would be, or it's impossible to expect that everyone would be, like, at the same level coming in.
No, that being said, the winner does get $100,000, so... Okay. Anyway. So, Shatterhand, so those letters on the top are sort of dictating that the stage order that they go through?
Giant rat guy, he's kidding, don't worry. I feel like I actually need to tell people that one was a joke.
What joke? Anyway, so when they collect 3 letters, it gives them, like, a tiny robot buddy based on the pattern. So there's 8 different ones you can get. That's 2 to the power of 3 if you want to do that math check. So they're gonna go for the ABA here, which is, it gives them, like, a dude that slashes his sword whenever you attack, which will be very useful for the boss, as you will see. He's gonna collect his hidden health. There's a lot of hidden, or sorry, hidden, that's not health, that's a jacket. Lots of hidden stuff hanging around. But yeah, you'll see how this dude is very useful here. But then he only lasts till the stage ends. But if he were to collect another 3 letters while he has this, then it would turn him into crazy Shatterhand form, which we will see happen once, which makes him, like, invincible for 15 seconds. And not invisible, by the way. But yeah, you can see how this boss is, like, would be pretty annoying without having to do this. Because the water movement is it's pretty hard to, like, you have a ton of momentum left and right when you're in the water.
Yeah.
It's like, It's definitely the game's a very the controls are sort of tricky to get used to.
And just a reminder, as we throw people up, it is their Twitch names on the top left, and so if you want, go ahead and head over to their channels and throw them a follow as well.
Mm-hmm.
I know that is one of the benefits to doing these races, and usually some of the people that do better, at least, they will get a lot of kind of attention or visibility from this, and that always helps. So definitely go give our runners a follow.
I'd say one of the more annoying parts to actually control in this game is when you're like climbing on these fences. Because you grab onto them by hitting the jump button or up, but then after you've grabbed onto it once, the rules change. And I never really figured it out exactly, to be honest. But it's just very odd feeling. It's like very gooey. Very gooey game. And the punching's a little bit like... It's like Batman, except in Batman, like, if you punch an enemy, it has iframes and you can walk through it. It's not like that in this. Also, they are doing a slightly different route, which is sort of making it hard to compare. This anti-gravity section, Pika has to make sure his health doesn't go too low. There's a health refill coming up. It's just pretty awkward to get to if he doesn't have some buffer health. But he's got enough. It's fine. I say 2 is awkward. 3 is pretty much easy. 1 is big problem. The part Overstorm's going to here, you have to do this in a very specific way in order to despawn these, like, crazy rocket shooter guys. If they don't despawn, they, like, just hang around forever and you have to kill them or something. But he did that. If you just jump in very specific spots, it's not that bad. Okay, this boss Pika is fighting is really random in terms of what it does. It can be in places where you can't even hit it. That's actually a really nice pattern, but he didn't get many hits off. Oh, but he did it. Wow, that pattern was insanely good. That was crazy. Yeah, like that was... like the execution of the first time he did the attack wasn't too great, but he just threw him a bone and gave him a, like, perfect pattern again. You see Overstorm is collecting... He's got a robot and he's collecting another one, which will... I don't know the actual lore, but I'm just gonna say it makes him into the Shatterhand. Then he just killed the boss for free.
Sure, it works. Why not?
It's the legend of the Shatterhand. And Pika is doing the lag level. Not this part, but the next part. If you thought Mega Man 3 was laggy, oh boy. This game will show you about lag. Yeah, see, Squarch is doing this boss, and this is what usually happens. The boss made him go on the ceiling, and then now he's just hanging around, not near him. And also, Pikachu lag, and Super Shatterhand. Every screen's insane. I can't commentate.
I think you're doing a great job.
Look at the lag! Look at the lag!
Yeah, the lag does get horrendous.
So you need to kill that, take another hit, get the red jacket, Now he's only got 2 life left. Doing this is dangerous. It's also the only way to do it. If you don't do it like this, it takes like 7 minutes. I don't even know if I'm exaggerating.
Yeah,
Also-
Pika taking this really safe just to make sure he's not going to die.
Just to make it more annoying, your punches can't hit more than 1 enemy at once. So if they're on top of each other, your punch will hit one and then you'll take damage. And
Yeah, well, I mean, they're not AoE punches.
oh, he didn't go very safe. That was not safe. Okay.
Hey, he got the life.
Oh boy. That was frightening.
That was calculated.
I guess, but it scared me.
Oh, it scared me too.
Alright, yeah. So it's important to have the jacket for this boss, because he's very cycly. Haymaker, haymaker. Blah. Haymaker, haymaker. It's important to not take damage, because if you lose your jacket, then how will they know you played football in high school? I mean, you'll deal half damage. Is this thing on? Hello?
It's on. Oh, I forgot to press my press to talk key when I was laughing. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Alright, that was good. And so now... Right, okay. Overstorm. So they both have 2 levels left, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm having troubles actually figuring out how they're gonna sync up here.
According to their splits, they are doing the same... They both have different names for the boss, but one of them is an ape, one of them's a... I can't see it, whatever. I think they're referring to the same thing.
We haven't talked about I Am much, but it looks like I Am is making his way through Poznik. And by making his way through, I mean maybe getting a drink or something at the moment.
Go, I am.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
He's probably thinking. He's probably playing it without knowing the solutions. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean it is. Yeah, he is probably playing blind. You're right.
He usually does like blindish.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's played a lot of NES games. It just comes
Yeah.
down to how many of them he actually knows. Or...
Alright, OS getting a reasonable... It'll do a lot of damage to the boss. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's fine. Yeah. That boss fight was just totally fine. So they look pretty even right now. If I am correct and they are doing the same level here. Oh no, never mind, they're not. Alright, I don't know what's going on. Right, yeah, he didn't do this one yet. Alright, yeah, Overstorm's doing the lag level, of course. Right.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see soon
yeah,
how they're doing.
So it's the lag level versus the elevator. So I think the lag level's a bit shorter. That would make sense, because he was ahead.
One other thing to note that could make it interesting, on the time tracking spreadsheet, Pikachu has a 30-second better time on Metal Gear. So I don't know if that's updated, but if it is, even if Pikachu's behind by a little bit, it could be pretty close at the end.
I'm very happy that Metal Gear's the last game. It could just render the whole race obsolete. It's great.
This game is Shatterhand.
Metal Gear.
Okay, and it does look like for the end here, or at least for now, we are going to have the top 4 up. So those are your top 4 in order: Overswarm, Pikachu, Squirch, and Smart Alec.
Yeah. Here's the lag.
Overswarm definitely having a little better time there, having 4 health through this section.
Yeah, he has so
instead
much
of 2.
health that... Yeah. And he took 2 damage there, so... The fact Pika only took 1 through there is...
Yeah, it was incredible. Like I still don't know how he didn't die there, but
I think he needed that A. That might be bad. If I'm... He's fine? Okay. Never mind. There's another one after this? I thought that was the last one. I guess there's just one later that I never knew about. He's not fine. Yes! Vindicated. Also, that's not good. Well, hopefully he's learned how to actually do this boss.
yeah. It does look like
Wow.
Overswarm
Oh.
is on to Metal Gear.
Oh, because he lost the robot. That was the problem. So I'm not right. I am not vindicated. Poor me. Metal Gear. Alright, this seems like whatever this strategy is will work. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so let's do some Metal Gearing here.
Yeah, so it looks like Pikachu's about a minute behind now.
Yeah. So we're gonna... So, honestly, the start of Metal Gear is probably one of the harder parts. Well, that could have dealt a lot more damage than it did. Because you have, like, no life, no rations, no nothing.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's all like, slightly random. Slightly. So he's gonna get this, I can't remember. The card. Oh yeah, the card. Gonna go in the truck. It's going to started to move. Yeah, Pika can just skip a bunch of rations. That'll do it. He's gonna pick up 3 rations here. Whenever you use the transceiver, all the items respawn. Which they did not think that through. So now we're gonna slowly walk. I'm gonna go get this gas mask. Okay, so this part's actually not... It's pretty... Oh, he actually took damage there. Usually you just, like... move the same way here each time and you won't take hit. Just the juggle part's a bit scary. Alright, he's gonna go to the elevator. So one thing that what they have to do is they have to rescue a bunch of hostages, because you need to get up to rank 4 before someone will talk. I can't remember who. Before you can make a certain radio transmission that's required to beat the game. So that's why they're essentially going out of their way everywhere. So here's the gas room. This is the one where, like, it's really hard to not take any damage in this room. Because you have to unequip the gas mask in order to take the card out.
Yeah.
which is great design, by the way. Great. Very thought through. So, when you die, where you respawn is based on your rank. So, at rank 1, if they die, they restart at the start of the game. They'll have their progress, but they'll... Let's just say dying is bad. They're getting the card 2 there. But they got 3 rations, so they really shouldn't die unless they do something very irresponsible. That was good, that didn't trigger enemies. It's sort of... I found that hard to do consistently, the one Overswarm just did. But yeah, you don't want to, like, forget which room you're going into, then walk into an instant death trap. Like that Cylinder of Doom was one of them. This camera alerts enemies, but it doesn't matter because they're gone. They're gone when you leave the screen. And now for some text. Oh yeah, whole game.
Yeah, so the last game of every Big 20 is Beat the Game. And so this one will take somewhere in between about 26 and 28 minutes probably for these guys.
Yeah, it's pretty beefy. The most exciting part of this game is figuring out what door requires what card. Because you can't... There's no indication until you try all of them. Very exciting.
Yeah, this is an incredibly difficult game
Switch the
to
card.
play casually.
This is a... Yeah,
Or-
don't play this
or to
casually.
Speedrun, really,
Do-
but...
Speedrunning is okay. Don't play it casually. Just don't. Play Metal Gear Solid or something. OS chugging some rations. He's gonna go get the rocket launcher. So you gotta use the card 2, then the card 1. Like, card 1's required to get card 2, but let's make sure you still have card 1. Careful. Not busy work. And Squirt's done with Shatterhand. Metal Gear. So there is some... If you get, I don't know exactly sure how the mechanics work, but... For some screens, if you're alerted, then it'll continue on to the next screen. I remember that being annoying in some situations. She's gonna rescue hostage. Pika rescuing a hostage. Give you a frequency, but you know, that one's not important. Then we're going back to the elevator. Go back down to floor 1. Go rescue some hostages, then get captured. But yeah, here's one. If you walk down from that elevator, there's like a... just an instant kill pit that appears. And if you die there, then you're back to the jungle, and it's cool. And I remember doing that. And... it's hard to react to them.
Oh, Squirch is on to Metal Gear as well. So we have 3 people now in the final game.
And the truck have started to move. You see Overstorm is rank 2 now. He's gonna eat some rations before he goes down here, because this is... yeah, you could easily take 2 damage here before you get into this truck. You go into the truck, and then you're like, oh no! For some reason, I'm like, now this enemy's a good one. There's actually a hint that says, allow yourself to be captured. But I mean, it's not that helpful. Also, here comes the text. This is a lot of text. You think there was text before? There will be a quiz. Guys, remember, Do you guys know what Metal Gear is? What it looks like? I think this guy's telling you. Just remember what it looks like. There's Pika getting captured. Just punch the wall to get out. Here's the shotgunner! I'm blocking the text. Why'd they spawn me on the text? Now he goes to get his gear that was stored there. He's got the card 2. Go get the card 3. No one's ever got past the shotgunner. No one ever. Good shotgun, by the way. Alright, now we switch to card 2. We're gonna get the bomb suit. So the BB suit. We're gonna switch to card 3, get the uniform. No, the shotgunner, no! Squirt's taking some damage here. They're giving him the beats. Chugging some rations. Card 3 for Pikachu. Overstorm's not getting those rations yet. The amount of rations you can carry also scales with your rank. Whoa! The shotgunner! Oh boy. He didn't ration in. He probably went to hit start, but it was too slow. Let's see if he knows where to go. It looks like he does. He has to get captured again, right? Or... yeah, he does. Well... no, you can't do that. I don't know what to do. Yeah. Oh boy, that's rough. Meanwhile, Overstorm's sneaking past this sleeping guy. Sometimes you won't be sleeping if you're captured. So this area has some, like, weird lasers that you can't see, but he's just ignoring all of them. But yeah, the biggest danger in this game is if you wait too long on your rations, which is... because, like, the inputs are not as responsive as you would hope. So you gotta do things early sometimes. Or maybe I'm just slow. Anyway. Switch to card 4. No, that's wrong. It's card 3. Card mistake. See, the machine gun kid, he's nice because he doesn't block the text. He's like, let's add some space around the text. I'm not like the shotgunner. This is probably not a good sign that I'm hearing parts of the song that I've never heard. That's when you know the speedrun is not going good. Okay, don't go up or down here, because that just loops. Alright, Overstorm taking a Death Warp here. He's rank 3, so this will respawn him in the elevator here. And he's gonna equip the BB suit. The BB suit allows him to... oh, anyway, the BB suit allows him to go through... oh, there's like a line there that would push him. You can't see it. Anyway, he's through that now. Is that actually like some sort of maze? I also did not know that route. Alright. Alright, so it looked like Pikachu got where he needed to go. He got the enemy. I didn't see it. I'm assuming he found the... he collected the Oh yeah, I guess that thing it is like a Zelda thing there. All right. I'm assuming he collected the BB suit also. I didn't see it. Or so I'm gonna get some. Or he already got the ammo. He's getting rescuing more people. Now Squirch is on the text zone. Now here's the scary bridge. Everyone was like, I've never fallen in, but it'll happen during the race. But Overswarm got through it. It's really scary. It's not like the hitbox is bad or anything. I've never seen anyone fall, but
It just looks kind of janky though, and you expect it to be an issue potentially.
yeah. That was a close call. Incoming Death Warp. Stupid shotgunner blocking the text. Alright, Overswarm going back up. He's gonna ration up here. Probably gonna go up to max. I'm assuming he will. The speedrun goes up to like 5, I think. But that's too scary. Pika gonna Death Warp. Alright, so there's this tank, but it resets its position if you use an item on that screen. So he switches to the enemy uniform on that. And then the tank's hitbox, or it has like an instant kill zone, but that doesn't spawn for a little bit. Good programming, by the way. So he just walks through the tank. So now we're in some sort of sludge that doesn't hurt you. I don't know what it is. Then you throw like 8 grenades? 10? And we're gonna go to the elevator. Time to elevate. That was a close call. Dr. Petrovich is on the 2nd floor. That's where we are. Or no, we're on the roof. Or something, I don't know. Let's go rescue some more dudes. Oh, the bridge. Ah! Okay. But yeah, right now, what damage like barely matters for Overswarm here. Even if he took a bunch of damage, it wouldn't matter. He's got 9 rations. And he took a ton of damage there. Wow, that's an intentional death by Pika. Also, that stream Overswarm was just on has another instant death pit if you're holding down when you leave it. Well, it's not instant, but it's quick. So now he's gonna go through the deadly whatever. No, actually, no, you do that later. He's gotta go rescue some more. He's gotta do some more busy work. That's what he's gotta do. Gonna get card 5. Then he's gonna... Right, some more pits he has to navigate around here. Good thing he remembered those. You only have to forget one before it's a disaster. It's a lot to memorize in this game. It's hard having a high memory game. He's got a lot of notes on his splits. Alright, so now he's near the two goons who are like, we're the cool kids. Oh no, they don't say anything. Anyway, they're annoying. Gotta use good old card 1 soon. Rescue a guy. Card 5. Alright, so this is the last hostage that we'll put into rank 4, unless he forgot one. And if he forgot one, then that's bad. So if he doesn't go to rank 4, I'm pretty sure he didn't forget one, but yeah, he's fine. Alright, now he's gonna transceiver communicate. And then there'll be like, I put some weapons somewhere. Or he put the rocket launcher. I think it's a grenade. I said rocket launcher before, but here's the rocket launcher. Bust out card 5. Orpher Swarm's in first place. By a good amount now. So now he's got to go get some ammo for the rocket launch, so he can actually kill these guys. Smart Alec in the lag zone. Okay, bust out the rocket launcher. Kill these guys so you can get card 6. Sneak past this guy. Yeah, that's a big, like, another room to not die in. Don't hold up entering that room. Generally just don't hold any direction when you enter a room. And Smart Alec on Metal Gear. This is a pretty long race. Usually the winners are low 3s, but...
Yeah, like just over 3 hours usually. Like in that 3 to 3:15-ish.
Yeah. There's been some... So now we're using rations to tank through this whole thing. All I have to say is don't mess this up. It's awkward when there's a screen transition right near where your life goes down to 1 tick. Yeah, he's just gonna chug those rations. Now we go to a specific spot or else we just take damage. Yeah. So we're gonna kill 2 hostages here against Coward Duck, who sort of blocks the text. Oh, but a hostage blocked it, so we have to kill that hostage because it's blocking the text. No. We're killing those to reduce our rank by 2, so that when we death warp here, it puts us where we want to go. It's a big time save, but it's also a big liability having all that, your max life is much reduced now. Yeah, Barbie was in... like 4 ago? Number 8? 9?
Apparently number 9.
Sounds about right. Alright, then those enemies Overswarm just killed were actually sort of scary, because their guns are strong. So that pit, if you just go to the menu, it stops spawning. So the hitbox for the pit, it still exists, so if you walked over it, you would die. But it stops growing. So now we're going to go down this really long elevator. Pika's getting cart 6. Squirch is rescuing some goons. Smart Alec walking by some tanks. So here's the most exciting part of Metal Gear. The part where you have to figure out which card opens which door. Even though you need all 8 to get here. Yay! The busy work era. Or area. So here's more gas mask zones. There's a door in there, if you enter it, there's like a death pit. Yeah, there, just instant death pit. Bam. Switch to 5. More gas mask. Switch to 1. Alright, are we ready to see Metal... well, almost. Now we have to just tank over this stuff. Again, don't place this too carefully. Are you guys ready to see Metal Gear? He was like a big robot. Oh, he got caught on the wall. Okay, he's fine, he's fine.
That was actually a lot closer than I thought it would be.
Okay, he's fine. Here's Metal Gear. It's that monitor. Okay, here's the final boss. So if in that room, if you enter it and you hold right, it skips like 5 minutes. Also lots of text, so meanwhile, Pikachu death warping. Squirch equipping rocket launcher. Smart Alec walking somewhere. So if you just do a certain thing here, the boss acts in a predictable manner. Otherwise, it's annoying. Alright, he's almost done. Boss dead. But can he hold the up button? No GG's until he holds the up button. It might... what if his controller stops working? Chat never listens to me, god. Alright, you can say it now. He's happy.
It looks like OS is done with a time of 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 57 seconds, according to SRL. And he's pretty pumped on his stream.
He's like, yes. And someone cheered 500. Pikachu now entering the... he's done the super elevator. So, tell us more about who made this game. Who did the graphic design? Ah, too slow. More bits for Overswarm. More.
I mean, overall, though, I think Overstorm made he made some small mistake in one of the early games, and then he was pretty solid throughout almost the entirety of the race. It was really clean.
Yeah. No disasters. I'd say the only disaster for either one was the Metal Gear death.
Yeah, that one was really unfortunate for Pika.
Pika gets by Metal Gear, the robot, aka monitor. Snake's so dumb, he like blows up the monitor. He's like, that's not the computer. More bits. Look at all these bits. Yeah, Overswarm bad volleyball. That's how they get you. Yep, Pika GG. Done with Metal Gear. Done with the race.
Yeah, I mean, even though Pika did have that bad death, that was still a really, really good race for him, too.
Yeah. It cost him a couple minutes. Like, maybe not as long as it could have. Still
Yeah, I mean, it would have been close. I don't think he lost 3 minutes on that, though, so I feel like OS probably would have still won, but I'm not really really certain how much he did lose there.
Yeah, OS would have had to make a big blunder, which he did not. And Square's approaching the bottom of the elevator. It looks like he'll be able to have he's only like 3 minutes away from finishing too. Pretty close. Looks like a close top 3. I'm always just so scared at the end, though. Just the final part with the electric tiles. Like even though you have rations, it's just so easy to do something wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you can mistime it and pause too late, or
you saw Overstorm like got caught on that wall.
Yeah, exactly.
In the speedrun, they only have 3 rations for that. It's rough. And now for the text. Well, we had fun, and it was sort of nice to see Shotgun Guy actually do something. He got his time in the sun. Maybe he'll actually have a shotgun next time we see him. He's like, what's a shotgun?
And GG to Squirch as well.
Mm-hmm. Good Metal Gear. This is like,
yeah, he did. Very good.
Yeah, faster than Overstorm's.
Yep.
3:36:36. Yeah.
That's right. A lot of 3s and 6s.
Super Jeej.
think we're gonna see if we can get Overswarm in here for an interview with our winner.
Let's see, we got Fire Broth and Smart Alec on Metal Gear.
Hey, Overswarm, can you hear us?
I believe he can.
I think he might be muted.
Yes,
see what
I can
happens.
hear you. Give me one second to put these headphones on. I was muted.
Sure.
Hey. Yeah, I was just waiting for the unmute. I didn't want to put you on the spot. Like Cove.
Alright. Oh my gosh.
Don't want to put you on the
Congrats.
spot,
How do you
but
feel?
You did win.
Alright, for those in my chat, you might have to mute my stream while you listen.
Mhm.
Alright, headphones are on.
So, congrats. How are you feeling?
Good-ish?
Why the ish?
Are you tired?
My heart hurts. I had to play out of my freaking mind.
You certainly did.
I lost
Yeah,
a minute on Super Spike B-Ball, and then I lost like another minute in Super Off-Road right at the start. Like, after Super Spike B-Ball, I was like, alright, I lost. And then Super Off-Road, I was like, wow, I really lost. I'm off my game. And then I had a really good, I had a pretty good Wolverine. I had a okay Team T, but then Puznik was the real turnaround. I had the best Puznik I've ever done. With
Yeah, you-
836.
You caught up a lot of time on that, I remember.
Yeah. I actually found 20 seconds of time saves over the world record run for these levels. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to use most of them.
It sounds like most of them were probably dangerous.
They were
Yeah.
incredibly dangerous. I posted a GIF of one of them in the Discord, and I tried it, and my success rate was like 50%, so I gave up on it.
Anything involving threes.
Yeah.
No, yeah, we were talking about that though. Like, you made just a couple mistakes, or like really early on, like you were talking about, but then everything else was like really good. And it's like you kind of you got comfy, you dialed it into another gear, and you just didn't let go.
I was trying so hard the entire time, like just super focused. I heard Pika died in Metal Gear. I mean,
Yeah, there
I
were not many mistakes up until that. You two were basically within.
From either of you, you were within
half
a
a
minute
minute.
for almost the entire race.
Yeah.
yeah. What's really funny is like Pika and I, we weren't like secretive with each other. We were very supportive of each other and constantly sharing strategies. And we both spent the last 2 or 3 days playing Super Spike B-Ball, trying to figure it out because we both had plus or minus 30 seconds from our PB randomly in our full run attempts. And we ended up changing our strategy. I don't know what he did today, but we were both using the speed guys and using block strats. So that way you didn't get the ball out animation, which takes like a second. And I didn't know whether I wanted to use that strategy or the other one because it's riskier to use that strategy.
Oh, you're right. Those are the speed guys. I said defense. No. Yeah, you're right.
Now, the defense are the double dragon guys.
Ah, terrible.
So yeah, I started that off and I started missing a few. I was like, okay, that's okay because you can actually miss like 3 or 4 and still be faster than the power guys. And then it looked like I could potentially lose the match. And I was like, oh no. This is the worst I've ever done.
Yeah, I mean, the power guys technically don't save any time anyway.
They do when they don't fail.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, they were just easier. I actually
they're
found
definitely-
I found a pixel placement. It's pretty hard to get, but if you stand in a specific formation, they hit the net about 50% of the time, which speeds things up. But I wasn't consistent enough at it to rely on it.
Nice. So how do you feel about the list in general? Because you've done a few of these now. Like, what did you think?
This is my
How do you think it
third
compared
marathon.
to the others?
My third marathon, my first Big 20 not on emulator, and I really like this list. I did not like Pinball or Super Spike V-Ball that much, and I didn't like Rodland that much, and all three for kind of the same reason. It's just like the huge variance. I got a pretty lucky start in pinball. Not the best launch, but it was one I could work with. Rodland, I was telling Pika, I was like, if neither of us make any major mistakes, the winner will be determined by Rodland. I guarantee it. And I
You
had an
gave him the
amazing
beats.
Rodland.
It gave him the beats pretty badly, actually. He died a lot. I was scared he was... I mean, he sort of figured it out eventually, but
Yeah, like Rodland's hard when you're trying to go fast.
yeah.
Like especially in the B stages, you just run right at them, and then they just stop and turn around. You die. You're back at the bottom, and now there's projectiles everywhere.
And the gators were rough.
Yeah.
Yeah. My gators were like the most passive gators I've ever seen. Like I've never had a better gator fight than that. Like it was under 30 seconds. It was a PB, a gold, by 6.45.
Yeah,
Wow, nice.
not bad.
Yeah, I thought I had lost early on. I got a lot of race day PBs or near PBs. I actually got my G.I. Joe PB on the nose again. This is the third time I've gotten that exact time. I got my Adventure Island PB of 9:30. See, Wampum went okay. Gunneck went great. Mega Man 3, I got a PB. I was playing pretty hot in Mega Man 3.
Yeah, I had mentioned that it was at least better than your time in the spreadsheet. I wasn't sure how closely you guys had kept the spreadsheet updated, but you definitely, it was better than that. So
Yeah, I updated in the middle of like runs. It's always been up to date, and I never had a full clean run. I actually was planning on getting sub 18 before race day, because I figured if I can get sub 18, then I'm going to get a low 18 guaranteed on race day. And I took 4 days off work to just focus on practicing, and I had a few games I was going to grind down and like alter my strategies, take away a few safeties. And then my son got the flu, and instead of playing on those days, I just had to watch him. So I wasn't feeling very confident. But it all worked out. Shatterhand definitely went well. That was another PB. I got a 16:30, 3-second PB. Very, very nice Gravitas.
nice. Yeah, I mean, getting that many PBs on race day is pretty incredible, because I'm sure you put in, even though your son got sick, you said, but I'm sure you still put in a decent amount of time and a decent amount of repetitions in each game. So to be able to PB on race day is
absolutely.
something.
Like just full runs, I have nearly 22 hours of practice. My Shatterhand route, you won't find on speedrun.com or anywhere else, because I just thought it up a few days ago. I realized that the split timing for Shatterhand was when the last area clear screen begins. And one of the main time saves in Shatterhand is not picking up money and damaging yourself, so you have less money and health at the end for the countdown. But that doesn't apply with the rules that were set. And so I rearranged absolutely everything and added in time losses in multiple stages in order to put Cybergape at the end, because you always finish that with a ton of gold and a ton of health. And that shaved off like 20 seconds or so. It was pretty good.
Wow, that's pretty awesome. Were there any other games that you found strats that might not work for full game, but that it worked for kind of the category or the goal for Big 20?
Just stuff like using extra rations in Metal Gear. Like I definitely wanted to use a ration before the shotgunner. Like I had 2 health. I was like, I've gotten hit by the shotgunner once every time, but it would be pretty dumb to like just walk in there with 2 health when I probably am going to use the ration later anyway. And I knew I was ahead at that point after Mega Man, so I was like, I can take the time loss. I don't have to take that risk. Stuff like that, grabbing the bee in Adventureland. Yeah, Uninvited, I actually have some updated strats compared to the world record. I'm not nearly as fast as NES Cardinality, but there was a new task that came out in January, and I emulated some of that, and that helped me get a couple new PBs in Uninvited as well. I actually tasked out the entirety of Pinball's launches. It's like on my lunch break at work. Every single launch you could get, I tasked them all out and figured out what you could get just holding A or left or nothing or both, just to figure out which ones could potentially work. So I had 7 or 8 launches I could work with on race day. This was a stressful list, guys.
Yeah, it sounds like it was definitely not a calm list for you. But we were kind of talking though, like some of the other Big 20s seem to have games that would just wreck the field. But this one seemed like, I mean, you guys were on game 10 or 11 and there was maybe a dozen people within a game of each other. And it seems like there weren't many, maybe until like I thought Iron Sword was going to get a lot of people. It seems like most people got through that goal okay. Wampums was another one that I was thinking might get some people on the last level, but it didn't. To you, did it seem like there were any of those super dangerous games?
There were lots of dangerous parts in the games, like Iron Sword getting up after the water boss without being knocked back constantly, not getting like destroyed by the ghost, because it's possible for a ghost to spawn and kill you 3 times, which almost happened to me in the race. Stuff like that, like Wampum falling in the spaghetti. I practice that like every other day just to make sure I didn't. Shatterhand, any death anywhere, it's like a 1.5 minute loss. There was lots of things like that were like pretty scary. But I noticed that the runners kind of shied away from doing a lot of those things very quickly. Like Wrath of the Black Manta, Indy actually took the world record during practice, and then Floatius took it after. And they were using some pretty risky strats, like zips that could potentially soft lock. And when Peek and I were practicing, we both were like, we're not gaining that much time by doing this, but we're risking everything. And we just started taking things out. And the reason why is that it's not worth it to try like risk your run to save 3 or 4 seconds from Wrath of the Black Manta when Rod Land is next. Just the RNG in this game, just from the drops in Wampum, from Rodland, stuff like that more than compensates for taking safeties and things like Wrath of the Black Manta or Metal Gear.
Yeah, we talked a bit about that too, just about how one of the most important parts is not even just like the learning and the routing, but it's really just figuring out what you're comfortable with, like kind of that risk reward on game day that you're comfortable taking.
Yeah, it's one of the most interesting things to me is the time tracker for the Big 20. It's like its own mini competition, and it doesn't mean anything on race day. Like it doesn't mean anything at all. But people will still compete, and they go for golds, and they try to get like the best time possible. And just that existing pushes people down farther than they would normally. When I started with Mega Man 3, I had like a 1920, and that was leagues ahead of what everyone else did. And then everyone else played Mega Man 3 and caught up to my time, and so I pushed it down. And eventually I got to like 1830, and I was like, I'm going to be way ahead with 1830. And if you look at the time tracker, Pika has an 1835, and it's a 3rd place time for Mega Man. So just seeing people, like Indy put up a lot of really strong times in the time tracker. He unfortunately wasn't able to enter. He didn't have enough time to learn all the games. But him entering and putting times on the time tracker kind of leveled up the entire playing field. Squirk, Pika, and me all were suddenly like, oh, you can do these games better than this. And all of our times caught up.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I think, the tracker has definitely been, I don't want to say like a source of competition. It's more of like a source of cooperation or motivation rather, where you see those times and you're like, well, crap, no, I want to do better than that. And you want to see those gold, silver, and bronze squares or cells under your name.
You absolutely do. I try very hard not to go gold hunting, but I will admit towards the end, I'm like, I'm only in silver by 2 seconds. Maybe I should reset this a few times till I get a gold.
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I remember when I did the couple that I did, like the first one was like the very first speedrunning thing I ever did, and so like I wasn't really following the tracker. But then the next one, like anyone that I didn't at least have a color in, I tried to at least make it better, because unless it was a game that was like a minute long and everyone had about the same time, like usually that means that's where you should focus because you have time to save.
Yeah. Yeah, this race was pretty stressful. Like, I I actually had to feed my dog in the middle of the race. He was sleeping in the bed behind me, and during the Death Warp and Turtles, I had to run downstairs, feed the dog, and then run back upstairs. So I'm very glad that Turtles was where it was in the list.
Nice. Yeah, I saw you get up a few times. I was wondering, like, I was just thinking, oh, he's going to get some water, or it's a quick bathroom break. It's like, no, apparently it's feeding the dog too.
Yeah, feeding the dog, opening the door for the dog, closing the door for the dog. I have a little space heater in here, and the dog would open the door, and then suddenly there's a cool breeze, and I just had to constantly get up and down. I was terrified that my dog was going to jump off the bed and cause the NES to reset, because she's done that before.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I was constantly worried about things going wrong. I'm pretty well prepped myself. I just can't control the dog. Like, on my desk in front of me, I've got a giant glass of tea, 2 energy drinks, a Powerade, a bunch of like granola bars. It's like I'm set, so I don't have to get up.
No, that's good planning. I think that's good. Any other comments you have? Any other thoughts on the race or how things went?
I think it went really well. I mean, everyone was very supportive of each other. I know that a lot of people like didn't get all the practice that they wanted, and so they didn't feel as comfortable as they could going into the race. But I just want to let them know, like, I didn't feel comfortable going into the race either. I'm sure Pika didn't. Like, no matter how much you practice, you're never actually ready. I definitely want to thank Tarbash, Indy, and I guess Yogi as well. Yogi, the only thing Yogi would ever tell me is practice efficiently and play a lot. And I definitely did, and that helped quite a bit. And Tarbash and Indy, they both, when they were practicing for the Big 20, they drilled down some games, which was a great source of just learning and competition. They both shared strategies. Tarbash talked a lot about G.I. Joe with me, and all of their, just watching them stream and talking to them definitely helps a lot. Because that's the best part about this, is that kind of community connection and building things together. Because I don't I don't talk to these guys every day, but when the Big 20 comes on, suddenly like they're everyday contacts. Like Peak and I were always in each other's streams. We were always telling each other new strategies, and it's a good thing to link the community together.
Yeah, I definitely think that's one of the better parts about these types of events is that community building and networking that you're just almost forced to do if you want to be successful and have fun doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just take a quick break here because right about now, Smart Alec is finishing Metal Gear, so GG to Smart Alec. Looks like he is in 4th place with a 3:55.26.
GG, Smart Alec.
And that was almost a 9-minute PB for his full run PB.
Full run PBs are great. Oh, piece of advice to anyone listening to this who wants to run in a marathon: don't compare against your PB on race day. Compare against average. Red splits always hurt, and green splits always help.
Yeah, that is a good point, and at least it makes you feel better about it. Even if you know, like, you know, I'm not doing the best, it still is better than just seeing all those red numbers.
Yeah, when I was comparing against average, like I was in the red in the beginning, and then I saw that time just like slowly getting closer to green after each game, after everything, and then and after Rodland, when I pulled up G.I. Joe, after the first route, I was suddenly in the green. And if I compared against my PB, like the time loss would have been like way worse. Like it was bouncing up and down between green and red as I'm moving through. And the time gain is only like a minute instead of 4 or 5. It's such a great mental boost just to be able to compare against your average.
Yeah, that's a good tip. Okay, well, I think that's all the questions I have for you, unless you have anything else you'd like to mention.
Nothing I'd really like to mention, although if you guys want to put Crystalis in the next one, or like kind of push that one for a vote, if you're voting for the next one, that would be cool. The more people can play that game.
Yeah, I'm sure Bad Breaks or Dexter will come on in a bit and kind of talk through what's going to happen for the next one.
It'll be
But
exciting.
yeah, congrats again. Huge win. Are you going to be competing next time?
It depends on the games list. There's a few games that are just on my bans list, like the original Metroid and Wizards and Warriors 1. Neither of those. Never.
What if Metroid was in it though, and Zelda 1 was also in it?
I still probably wouldn't enter. Like, I'm pretty good at Zelda 1, but man, Metroid. Like,
No, I know you love Zelda. That's why I asked. But
it would have to be like every game great and then Metroid, or like not Metroid full game. I tried to learn Metroid just in case it was in like a marathon event, and I was constantly soft blocking. And I asked Yogi, who's pretty good at Metroid, I was like, how do you stop getting stuck? And he's like, oh, you need a good controller for it. I was like, oh, I'm out. Just nope. I don't want to deal with that.
yeah, I mean the screen wraps. I assume you're talking about the screen wraps where you were soft locking.
Yep. I was
Yeah.
trying to press down and up, and I would just shift one pixel to the left or right, and then I would be out.
Yeah, I mean, this obviously isn't the most important part of this interview, but I definitely think switching to down and A is a lot more consistent if you're having troubles with left or right.
That's a thing?
Yeah, you can do down and A instead of down and up. It's the same thing.
You might have solved Metroid for me.
There you go.
Live during an interview.
Either way, though, I just want to say, congrats again. You played amazingly well. I know you talked about like Super Spike V-Ball and off-road. You went to the normal 5 races instead of getting it in 4. But I mean, if those are your 2 biggest issues on race day, like you have to be pretty happy with how you did. So congrats, and hopefully we'll see you next time.
All right. Thanks.
See ya. Go enjoy. Have fun. Okay, so let's take a look at how we're doing. It seems like we have a whole host of people going through Metal Gear right now. Looks like we got Firebroth, Kha'Zix, Nintendo, 2C Plus. I do agree, though, Fake Kraid would be a great Big 20 goal. Oh, and it looks like we are going to have Squarch for an interview too, so give us a second to pull him in here. Hey, Squarch, how's it going? Can you hear us, Squarch?
Okay, I think you can hear me now.
I can hear you now. Congrats, man. That was a really good run. Really good time. How do you feel about how you did?
Yeah, I'm feeling very happy, honestly. Like, of course, it didn't go godlike, but it went overall much better than it could have went. So, like, overall, I'm honestly very happy. Like, yesterday, I've done the only full run I've done was yesterday, because I got too late and I should have done at least 2 full runs, but yeah, I was lazy and stuff happened, whatever. So yeah, the only run that I've done was yesterday, 3:45. So like getting at 3:36 today was like honestly more than what I was hoping for. Like I was hoping for like 38, 40, something like that. So yeah, overall I'm very happy.
Great. I mean, that's about all you can ask for. If you do a few minutes better than you thought you even could do on race day or that you were expecting, that's great. Did you have any games that you liked or disliked a lot more than the others?
So like overall, the list itself, I don't know. I didn't really love this list, but I thought that this list, like compared to the previous one, let's say, has a very high skill cap because all the games, like not many games really stand up for me, but most of them are very, very good overall, we should say. The only game that, like, when I was doing practice, I played a bit more Skate or Die just because I had that as a child. Was the only one game that I played before the race. So I played a bit of Skate or Die, but yeah, it's a short one and not much to say about it. If I have to pick my favorite goal, so I think we should say goal and not game, because a lot of people told me that Iron Sword. On Iron Sword, the last boss, the last stage is a complete nightmare, and we didn't get to play the last stage. So overall, I think Iron Sword, the goal was the best, the one that I had more fun playing. I see Firebroth just won, by the way. GG Firebroth.
Yep, Firebroth finished in 5th and gave one of the better celebrations that I've seen on his webcam. So if you're interested, go back and check out that VOD.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, also good job to, of course, good job to Pika and Overswarm. They killed it. They just destroyed the games, and good job to Alec as well. I was watching him a lot lately, and I'm sure he wasn't expecting to get 4th place, so I'm sure he's super happy as well. Yeah. So like, and the last game, of course, like Mega Man 3, I never played it really. So at first, I just didn't like it much, just because of the couple of things, like a lot of lag and a couple of things where if you land and shoot, it doesn't shoot, and some other weird mechanics. But as I kept playing it, I started to definitely love the game. That Mega Man 3 is amazing. Now, like, I thought it was trash at first. Now I think it's just an amazing game.
Yeah, it is a super fun, but also very physically demanding speedrun. Like the amount of mashing and the constant sliding, like it's definitely pretty rough on your hands to play for a long time. But it's very, very fun, I agree.
Yeah, definitely. Like, mashing is not my forte, of course. That's why I actually went magnet first, the easy strat, just because I don't have a very good mashing in general. I'm decent again, and I was extremely happy. Race day, I was able to get a sub 19. I got like a 1856 on Mega Man 3, which is very, very good for what I can do, and with that slightly slower route, we should say.
Yeah, I mean, and that's probably only about 40 seconds slower than the best time for any of the racers. So, I mean, that's still a very good time, whether it's with Magnet or top first.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very hard game, and having good mashing also saves a good bunch of time on that game. You definitely can see that. But yeah, overall, I'm very happy for what I've done. So yeah, very happy.
Good. That's awesome to hear. Do you have any other comments, any other things you'd want to mention about the learning or the race or anything?
Well, on the previous two, I always picked my favorite game and ran it. It was Solstice on number 10 and Solar Jetman on number 11. On this
Good
one, I don't know if I'm going to go to play any of the games really. I was able to grab a world record on Skate or Die for like a week. It lasted, so maybe I will just count that as my game for this list, or maybe I will go for Iron Sword just to see how it goes, because I actually like the game. It's got the best music in the list.
Have you played
maybe
through the entire game before?
No, I haven't played. I've never played the Iron Sword before this list. I just saw somebody play it on stream one day, and I was like, this game looks interesting. But yeah, I guess for high level times is a complete garbage maybe, because there's a lot of RNG and stuff. But yeah, just maybe to get a decent time, I should maybe I'll think about that. That's my pick. That will be my pick. Yeah.
Awesome. No, I think that's one thing that we haven't really talked about today, but a lot of times that's one of the best parts about these races is you get exposed to 20 new, well, maybe not all new, but 20 games, a lot of them probably new to you, and being able to find even one or two out of those that you really want to learn and grind is a pretty awesome kind of side effect or benefit of this.
Yeah, definitely. Like one last thing I will say, like before learning all the games, Metal Gear was actually one that I was thinking of running, and maybe I changed my mind now. I maybe I don't like it as much. I just see it's quite heavy on RNG really. There are many places where you just lose time because you get the bad pattern and stuff. So maybe I will skip on that. I was really thinking before the list to at some point run Metal Gear, but maybe I will do it anyway. We'll see.
I do want to just quick say that 2C did finish in 6th place with a time of 4 hours, 8 minutes, and 55 seconds. So congrats,
GG,
2C.
I'm sure he's not happy with that time because he was doing very much better on. He was probably like if there wasn't Andy, because Andy didn't play, it was definitely the candidate for 4th place, as it was. Like as we were watching everyone and everyone's time, so I feel sorry for him because I'm sure he would have liked to do much better than he has done. Like he was definitely capable of getting a sub 4 easily. So too bad for him. So I'm sure something very bad happened that wasted him a lot of time. So yeah, feels bad.
Maybe. I mean, either way though, whether it was a time to be happy with or not, I mean, it's still a good time compared to the rest of the runners. So I'd still be proud of it and try to. That's the thing. Even if you don't do as well as you want to or that you hope, you still want to be able to try to be at least happy that you spent a month learning these games. So hopefully you won't take it too hard.
Yeah, let's hope so. I mean, of course, he still did well. That's for sure. And yeah, after all the time that we spent practicing this month, it's like 5 weeks. Watching all the streams, I was lurking around many of the streams, and you can see the passion of the people getting pissed off, people raging and getting disappointed. So you can see all the effort that people are putting into it. So that's all good stuff. Whenever you see like the true emotions of the people, really, they are trying. Everyone, most of the people, they just try their best and see what's up.
Yep, definitely. Also, I have the mainstream muted, but I feel like I shouldn't have because apparently Kha'Zix had a pretty good voice line there. Either way, Squarech, I think we're going to try to get Smart Alec in here. Do you have any other final thoughts?
All right. My final thoughts. Thanks for making the Big 20. It's always cool. And as long as I have time, I'm always happy. It's always good to have like 20 more games learned. I'm up to 60 now after three if it wasn't for the Big 20, I would know probably 5 NES games, and now I know like 70. So definitely thanks for that, and I hope it keeps going. Yeah, I hope I will be able to join as we keep going with this trend. So yeah,
Awesome.
and yeah, I just saw Kanana. Final thoughts. Also, vote for Temple of Doom on the next race. The Temple of Doom, guys.
Sounds good. Well, congrats again. Awesome finish, and we'll hopefully see you next time.
All right, see ya.
Okay, let's get Smart Alec up here. Hey, Alec, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
How are you doing? It seemed like you did really, really well today.
This is the best I've ever done in a Big 20. This is, yeah. Squirch was right when he said that I would be surprised with how well I did.
Well, congrats. I mean, sometimes you show up and play really well on race day, and it seems like one of those days for you.
Yeah, I didn't have any like huge major problems. Like I had problems in a lot of the games, but nothing crazy or anything. So
no, it's great. How many of these have you done now? Because you've done a good number.
I've done all of them since the 8th one. So the one that you won, each one since. Yeah.
Okay, so I think this is probably like the 5th one then. Maybe.
5th one, yeah.
Yeah, no, awesome. Like, because I know you've done a lot of them, and yeah, to hear you be done with this one, be like, yeah, heck yeah, I did great.
Yeah.
Like it's good. It's good to hear people think that, because usually they come out and they're like, I kind of sucked, and this went wrong, that went wrong. You're like, nope. Hey, I'm awesome.
Yeah, the last Big 20 was super stressful for me, and like I just didn't play well on race day. But this time I was just cool, calm, and collected, and it paid off.
Do you think was it just different mentality on race day, or was it a better list for you? Did you have more time to practice? Like, what do you think went different?
It was more of the mentality, but I do think the list was a little bit better, because I mean, I've said this on my stream before, like the last list had a lot of good games, but I think that overall it was just a bit long, at least in my opinion. But this list, like, I don't know, I really enjoyed. The only game in this list I wasn't crazy about was Iron Sword, honestly, but I'm glad it wasn't full game. But like the other 19 games I did not mind playing at all, and like some of them I actually really enjoyed. So I think that helped. I think that helps as well.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I know the two Big 20s I did, there were many more than one game in each one that I didn't enjoy playing.
Yeah.
But no, if you can not mind 19 of the games, I think that's a pretty good sign.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I've obviously been commentating the last, like, I don't know, 3 out of the last 4 of these or so, and like I've seen your name every time, and I've loved seeing you, and so it's really good to see you just like knock one out of the park. At least compared to exactly what you to what you thought would happen.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, in the past with Big 20s, I would always end up somewhere in the middle, roughly. But this time I was, I think there were 24 people and I was 4th, so that was shocking to me. Like, my fingers went numb once I got done. Like, yeah, I was, golly, man.
No, that's awesome. Let's see here. What else should we talk about? Did you have any? So you said you liked like all 19 games. Are there any of the games that you didn't know before that you think you might want to actually continue to speedrun and actually get a time on the boards?
I'm not 100% certain yet. Like, well, my favorite game in the entire list. I'm sort of ignoring the question, but my favorite game in the list was Metal Gear. I was surprised at how good of a speedrun it was, because I think casually I would not have liked it, but speedrun wise, man, it was really fun to learn. So
awesome. Yeah, I do want to just cut in real quick. Vidtendo just did finish in 7th place.
GG Vidtendo.
Nintendo.
Yeah, I saw him practicing. GG.
Sorry, go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, I did do a run of the entire American circuit on V-Ball. I did do that for that was a 12-hour challenge for me, even though it only took me 90 minutes to get a time. And I was like, all right, that's good enough. But I really liked playing TMNT 3. I don't know how hard the speedrun is. I don't know what the rest of the game looks like, but I would at least go back to it and check it out. And then yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so I have not speedrun TMNT3, but I feel like it's not a super easy game the rest of the way.
I don't think it is either. But like I said, I would still like boot it up and at least play the rest of it, see if I like it.
No, I mean, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I was actually kind of surprised at how much I liked Gunnak, even though it was a shmup and like it was an auto scroller. But I don't know what it is, but something about that game is super fun. I
like the vitriol you had when you said the word shmup. It was like you were like looking down on the shmups of the world.
Yeah. That's the. Yeah, it always has that negative connotation on that word, but yeah, I have a habit of. I think other people talking about shmups kind of it rubbed off on me in a way. So I don't know. I've played some shmups that are really fun, but yeah, Gunnak, I was really surprised.
Nice. Yeah, I think I tried that out like probably 3 or 4 years ago. I played a little bit of it. I don't think I ever beat it, but it wasn't a bad game.
Yeah,
for sure.
I do think I might have had like a slight advantage in learning the games because I already knew Shatterhand because I did the Nescathlon, so I already knew the whole game. I didn't have to take the time to learn it from scratch. And then Mega Man 3, a few years ago, I even entered a Mega Man 3 any % tournament. I didn't win any of my matches, but still, I learned the whole game back then, and I really wanted Mega Man 3 in a list, and we finally got it, so I was really happy about that. So I think I did know a few of the games. Like, I knew Mickey Safari as well, but that's a free game. So I think, in a way, I did have a slight advantage when it came to learning the games. More people had to take more time to learn all of them.
Yeah, but I mean, everyone usually knows at least something on the list. Like I know Overswarm.
That's true.
Already knew a few of them. He knew.
Yeah, he had the record in Wolverine. Yeah.
He knew Wolverine. I think he practiced Mega Man 3 before the list, and I think he either did he play Shatterhand. He played one of them from Nescathlon.
Yeah, he was in Nescathlon, and he played Shatterhand. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like. Everyone has games that they know coming in. So while it does provide an advantage, like usually it's not an enormous advantage. So
that's true. It's not like I knew all 20 of the games or anything. It's not like that. But looks like Mr. PUBG is about to finish, by the way.
Yep, and Kha'Zix did finish in 8th. So GG Kha'Zix. And very slight preemptive GG to Mr. PUBG as well.
Yeah.
Looks like he is now finished officially with a 4 hour, 20 minute and 10 second time. So GG to both Kha'Zix and Mr. PUBG. Yeah, I was going to let somebody else make that joke.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Do you have any other thoughts? Anything else you want to mention?
Not that I can think of. Just thanks to Best of Ness, everybody involved for putting the list together. I always enjoy doing these like multi-game races. I always love finding new games that I hadn't played before. Like Metal Gear was on my list of games I wanted to run, but I just never got to it. But now that it was in this list, it's like, all right, here we go, Metal Gear. That's just one example. But yeah, just thanks for everybody who's watching me, supporting me, and thanks to the people I watched to help learn the games. Like I know White Hat gave me some tips on Tom and Jerry, for instance. Overswarm and Squirch helped me out a lot as well. So yeah, just thanks for everybody for even all the GGs and stuff. And yeah, good luck to the rest of the runners.
Awesome. Well, congrats and enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, so yeah, just as a review, it looks like we had 2C finished, I think just before we started interviewing with Alec, but then Nintendo, Kha'Zix, and Mr. PUBG have all finished. So GG's, we've almost got our top 10, but I think we're gonna get BB and or Dexter in here to talk about what's coming up next.
I'm here.
Yeah, so Bad Breaks, why don't you I think you guys kind of hinted towards this in the reveal, but what's actually coming up next for Big 20?
Yeah, for the next one, the 13, we're gonna let the viewers pick the games, viewers' choice. So we're gonna how are we gonna do that, Dexter? We're gonna put up a poll like for a month or so. People can vote on 20 games.
Yeah, yeah. we haven't really figured out exactly how to do it, but like you said, have a poll of some sort where everyone can put in 20 games, submit those games, and we'll pull like the top 20, or maybe do like a slight variation. I mean, we talked about this also because many can submit long games, and we're not really sure how to do the goals.
Yeah, obviously you're not going to have Final Fantasy, Dragon Warrior 4, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera for 20 games unless the goals are going to be something that's just trivial.
So maybe
the base is loaded to 2 full game.
Exactly.
But,
so JKL brings up a good point. Are they submitting games or games and goals? I imagine it would be just games so that you could potentially take the top 20 games and make goals that would fit into that time range.
I'm 99% it's gonna be games only, and we are gonna do the goals just so we have some sort of control over how long the list is gonna be.
Yeah, I think that's kind of one of the overlooked parts is you can pick 20 games, but you still need to be able to make it into that manageable kind of 3 to 3.5 to maybe 4 hour chunk that you want it to be in.
Yeah, I mean it's probably definitely gonna be the longest one. That's what I'm thinking.
It probably is, yeah. So when are we gonna do that one? Like usual, it's at the end of September. Beginning of September.
End of September,
right?
Yeah.
Something like that. We will announce that on Twitter and in our Discord.
And so Ariel had a question, and I think I know the answer to this, but I'll let you guys answer it. Is it from all of the other NES games, or past Big 20s, or can we just pick anything from the NES catalog?
I'm 99% sure you can pick any game.
It's gonna be any game.
So it could be a repeat. It could be something that hasn't been in a Big 20. It's anything goes.
Yes.
Anything goes, except I don't know, games that doesn't really have a good goal. I would say we'll see what gets submitted, pretty much. Because
awesome. Well, I mean, I'm excited.
We need to have some sort of control still.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting because you've always had the prediction kind of survey or spreadsheet that goes around and people predict what they think will be in, but it's a nice twist that they can actually have a say in what's going to be in the 20 games.
Yeah. I mean, people can still do like these. I really like this prediction list that everyone do and all that. They can still do it since they don't know what everyone else submitted and all that. So
GG to Hey Bill and Mace Hayes here. Just finished the game.
Nice. That finishes out our top 10. So GG Billy.
Good question, Yogi. That's a good question, but we'll probably
yeah.
I'm thinking.
I mean, we'll have to figure it out how to do it. We're not sure yet how we're gonna do it, but
we will probably
come
see
up with something.
something. Yeah, we might. Well, yeah, I don't have an answer to that.
I mean, I think it's something fair where you can just say, you know what, put your Discord handle and just make sure that you're in the best of NES Discord. And I feel like it's a lot of work to make 50 different Discord accounts.
Yeah, and I don't believe anyone is gonna do that. I believe everyone is honest enough and just submit.
No, I don't think you need to restrict it to like Twitch affiliates either, because like I do think it would be really cool if some viewers that have been watching a lot of these religiously and have been part of the community, even if they aren't participating, it would be kind of cool if they still got to vote for games they'd want to see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's open for everyone to submit, viewers, runners, and all that. So I'm not, I'm not really worried about that. People doing alts and submitting 50 lists or something like that. But we're gonna have to, I don't know, see how it goes.
I mean, I imagine we're going to have 10, 20 million submissions. So, I mean, creating 50 alts isn't going to do anything.
It's gonna be interesting for sure.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know what's gonna. It's probably gonna be like those Mario games. Probably gonna. Some of them is gonna be in like the top.
Yeah. I mean, if we're gonna speculate, it's probably gonna be many Mario, many Mega Man, many. I mean, really popular games. That's what I'm guessing.
I'm gonna do 100 alt accounts to get the Tom Sawyer in again.
I was just going to say the same thing, but for Metroid is what you were going to do.
But it's probably gonna be a very, I'm guessing like a top 20 NES game list. That's what I think at least. But because you can't really submit a game like that you're really good at and hope for it to get in. So you can't really practice for your own submission list. You're probably gonna have to practice if you want to like pre-practice before the game list is even released. It's probably gonna be one of the more popular games like Super Mario and Mega Man.
Yeah. I mean, if we're gonna follow how we have done this list, like the Black Box game, you got sport games, you got shmups, so maybe we'll do like the categories. You can like vote for a shmup game, so we get a shmup game in.
Yeah.
Something like that, so we can spread, so we can have the same
exactly
formula we have done before.
Yeah.
Oh God, Akari Warriors, no.
Yeah.
I mean, if people want it, they can vote for it, but God, please no.
Battletoads.
Yeah, like the more I think about it, the more this could be a really scary, scary list.
Well, I was looking at the list, right? I see Billy's playing Battletoads. That game wasn't in.
Seth, Grish, we haven't really decided. We're probably gonna go with original NES US releases.
And it's there's a lot of games on the Famicom also. And if we're gonna be hard if we're gonna restrict to just some games on the Famicom. So maybe it's easiest to do. Just pick the NES North America.
Yeah. But yeah,
awesome. Well, I am really excited for
that. Like BB said, we're probably gonna put it up kind of early, just so we know. So we know that we get a lot of submissions in and all that.
Also, Lord of Linal and Rayo just finished within 6 seconds of each other for 11th and 12th. So GG's.
Have to keep track of which one coming in here. My computer got a little hot here because I had so many streams open. For some reason, it didn't show this time on the SRL. I think we only had 11 streams up there. Hard to keep track here.
But yeah, if people have any more questions regarding the next Big 20, just ask away.
Yeah. I think we have two Jangle Storms up.
Oh, we do.
I think we do.
Oh,
Those two guys are really close.
I was thinking, dude, that it's neck and neck, and I was, what? Oh, no.
I think that's supposed to be. Let's see.
Homebrewed allowed? I don't know.
I bet I
We'll
could
see.
get enough people to vote for Cowlitz to get that in there. I vote yes. Homebrew. Let's do it.
We'll see. We'll see. There's. I mean, we could restrict to some homebrew games, right? Like make a list of what homebrew games you could. But
So, Billy Mays, we've been talking about the next one being a fan submitted one, and I imagine that one will actually have a good number of the games from Big 20 number 1. So it might not actually be like an actual, like, thought out thing, let's do a rerun, but I have a feeling a lot of those will still be in this next one.
when Micromage's blind race, we were gonna do that on this channel before, Dexter. I think we just forgot about it.
The what? Sorry?
Micromage's blind race.
Oh yeah, we were, but got postponed.
Yeah, I got postponed. I mean, we were talking about having that like a big race here on the channel, right?
Mm-hmm.
We will look into that. I actually forgot about it, but we will look into that also.
Have you guys ever thought about doing a Big 20 number 1 rerun?
I haven't thought about it.
Never thought about it, actually.
I mean, we said like we have always said like as long people want to do the runs and there's interest, because it seems to be a lot of interest over the years. People seem to love this. That we will continue to do this, but I mean, we gotta, if we're gonna do something, we gotta figure out something new. Because I mean, there's how many games have we used? 200 and
237, I think.
It's a lot of games.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
Oh yeah, you're right, Ariel. 218. Since
Yeah.
repeats.
It's true. That was the best of Big 20 we did there, number 10. Detroit has been in 4 times. It has? In the beginning, we said we were going to do 5 of these, right? Because we thought it was going to be so hard to make lists, right?
And then do the big 100 after those 5.
Yeah, that was the plan. The big 100. But
Good lord.
that was the plan. So I mean, there were people that signed up for doing the big.
Yeah, exactly. We had like 3-4 sign-ups for the big one. And that would have been, well, the previous Big 20, 1 to 5, but all of them in a row.
Would have been cool though.
Yeah, I mean, if people are up for it.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know, it would be
let's go.
demanding, stressful, and yeah.
If people have suggestions and stuff, you can always go into Discord
Yep.
and throw some ideas out there.
I feel like we almost can't do the big 100, or else that might actually kill Infinite Mystery.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, we would have
He would
to.
definitely do it though.
Although Cubert was not in the first 5, I don't think. It was in like 7.
Yeah.
And so he might be okay.
Yeah, we would have to force him to practice all the games, I think.
I guess we could.
Force him, he can't come in blind.
Yeah.
I guess you could make a list with all the shortest games, right? From bottom to top.
Oh yeah, like the
But there are games that are like seconds, literally seconds long.
tiny 20. I don't know.
You could probably beat 20 games in like 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Not with 30-second waits in between games, you can't.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna wait longer than you actually play.
Well, that's true. That's not gonna work. I didn't play in that spot game. What is it like? 10 seconds, then wait 30 seconds.
It's fine. Get Donkey Kong Jr. Math back in there. I'll be happy.
That was a fun game.
I mean, I that was kind of fun. People actually finding like frames when you start a game just to get the fastest. Map.
Yeah, I want to say that was JKL that noticed if you actually held buttons when you started the game, it would give you like the same numbers on the screen.
That was kind of fun.
I'm good with raisins too. If you pick games that all the games that I've already run, yeah, I'll join.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you that. You have planned to do any more of these? Because you did win one.
Yeah, I did 2 of them. Like Big 20 number 7 was almost the first. It was like a month into me speedrunning. I speedran Mega Man 2 for like a month, and then I joined this, and I got 5th. And then I won the next one, but then I don't play that many games anymore. I play maybe like 5 hours of games a week, and so I would love to do another one someday, but it would have to be like the perfect list, and I'd have to be able to find time to play.
Do the big 100.
Do the big 100. Yeah, I'll just do it. Just do it. No, I mean I'd love to do another one of these someday, but I don't know when it'll happen. It'll have to be just a list that I fall in love with.
I don't know, how many have I done? Like 3 or 4? Just remember that one when me and Dexter competed a lot, and he soft lock on the last boss there in the mouse debate. That was lovely, beautiful.
Yeah, that was, I don't know. Stopped caring after that when I died. That was the worst death ever.
That's the most fun part of doing this, because when you have like 20-30 people practicing all the games, weird stuff is always happening in the games that you've never seen before. Tips and soft locks and basically everything.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, it's pretty cool when. Go ahead.
It would be kind of fun to see like how many world records we've seen because of the Big 20s from all the games that we had.
Yeah, I think there was like 6 or 7 this time during practice, right?
Yeah, I mean there has to be a lot of them over all the Big 20s.
Yeah, we should make some stats on that. Maybe look it up.
Yeah.
It would be cool to see how many games during that. We have seen a lot of games that probably no one would have played for a while. Maybe now, because basically now you can find a speedrun on any NES game. But a lot of games when we put in early in the list years back, no one would have run if we we haven't put them in, I think. Like the really bad ones. Like Rock and Bullwing.
Hey, and that's been added GDQ now.
It has 2 times. I think it's been in 2 times.
I think 2 times. Yeah, was it Alpha Blues who did it?
Yeah, and Cool Kid this
Cool Kid,
year.
yeah, Cool Kid last time.
Remember, I was doing that race, and I had saved that game for last, and I think I learned it in like 3 hours, 3 hours before the race. I was really scared.
Yo, GG Cool Doob, finishing in 13th
G-
with a 4:42.01.
I missed it. Dang it. Like I said, it was a little hard to keep track here because it didn't show up on the SRL. Sorry for that.
Yeah, SRL it's been kind of weird today, I think, for many.
Yeah,
With the set
I'm
stream and all
surprised that everyone got in because I had trouble to log in. Also, I couldn't log in for like half the day.
But besides the upcoming next Big 20, we already started planning something special for the next marathon, but I haven't really figured out how to do that either.
Yeah, a lot of planning.
Yeah. And it would be fun to do another Pass the Torch also, like Ariel said right now.
Yeah, that's been in the works for. I mean, we had plans on doing it, but some things always came up when we I don't know what happened there. But yeah, that was a really fun event.
I'm sorry, AK, I'm sorry.
Big 100,000. The big 714. How about that? The Mexican runner will join.
I was gonna say it took TMR a couple years to do that one.
I'm surprised TMR haven't joined one of these because, like just for casual fun, because he probably not much. He literally have beat all NES games.
There's a couple games on this list I think that he knows to speedrun. Adventure Island, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Miracle Piano teach. That's your game, Dexter.
Miracle Piano, yeah.
What would we do if, like, a game like that would
We would probably
You just
delete it.
delete?
yeah. That did not make the top 20, is what you say.
Yeah.
That's where when we go in and alt account it out. I'm just trying to check here if I am missing anyone. Looks like
Yeah, we're gonna hand out free pianos if it gets in.
It's a heck of a promotion.
Yeah.
looks like Twin Stick Gamer is also on Metal Gear now, Dexter. Hosting.
Who is?
I will give you the link. Oh my god. Google crashed 2 times for me because I had so many streams up. Yes, Megatron easy. There's no one have forfeited yet, right?
No forfeits. No.
That's actually pretty awesome. Like, this might. We usually have a bunch of forfeits by now.
Yeah. Let's see how long the Mister will tank on. Not sure how blind he went into this one, but I saw he came in like today before the race. He's like, "Oh, this looks like a fun list."
Not a Big 20 question, but have you considered doing a new Big 10 thing? That would be fun.
That was really fun to watch at ESA.
Yeah, it was. We can talk about that afterwards, Jake Hill. Because it's actually that time of year.
I feel like we do need to find a way to get more participants, though. It was a pretty weak initial qualifier, but the ESA race was pretty hype.
Yeah, I was actually the qualifier was amazing. Yeah, I was actually hoping for a bigger turnout on that one. But
when JKL like the morning of is like, I guess I can play. So then we had 2 people. That was honestly, that was a pretty tough list. It was a fun list, but it was tough. I would have done it if I could have went to ESA. I would have definitely participated.
I felt kind of bad afterwards, but yeah.
And plus, like, people actually got to see that Yogi was like a real person.
Mm.
Yeah, he's a Metroid runner nowadays. I don't think Yogi thought it was gonna be a Metroid runner back then. But we made him. Dexter, we made him.
Yeah.
Took him down, then we built him up. Samus suit. The bridge is so scary in that Metal Gear. I remember I died there. First time I got there, I died ASAP. Who is the closest to finish here? Is it? Kind of lost now because I'm.
I think Angel Undead is about to enter.
Oh yeah, he said that scary part. You don't want to get stuck there.
No. Yeah, Cossacks, that was heartbreaking.
I think overall this one, I haven't seen everyone now, but I don't think big mistakes, like any game crashed or something. I don't think anything like that have happened yet. Oh, I don't want to say yet. Might.
Yeah, everyone has been playing really solid so far, from what I can see. So yeah, definitely no big mistakes or anything.
Hey, Jay.
And DCX also.
He's that was really close. Oh, Jangle Storm also, right? Eh? No.
So
Yes.
who do we have next?
Hmm? I'm checking. We can pull up Tool again. And we have. Let's see here. One. I have too much stuff on my screen.
And shout outs to Kanana Phone and Carl also
Yeah.
for helping out with the commentary today.
Great job. Cheers.
And we have a lot of close finishes.
Yeah. GG's.
Bob driver och testa lite med sprit.
Oh man, I left for like 2 minutes and 3 people finished.
Yeah, that was really fun.
Crazy.
Yeah, GG's, Angel, Jangle Storm, and Desiax.
Twin Stick Gamers is the next one to finish. Metal Gear. We usually keep the stream open for how long, Dexter?
Well, it depends how fast everyone finishes, but around 5-6 hours.
Yeah. That was really tight, that race. The Overstorm Pika there battle when he passed him in Mega Man 3. Whoops.
Yeah, I think that one and that one was right up there with like the Yogi Prizzy one from a few ago. That was just so unbelievably close.
I think the closest race we had was that. Was it one of those pass the torch with the two teams playing games?
Oh,
I
yeah,
think it was,
that was
10 seconds between.
Yeah, that was seconds apart. It was really good.
How far was it Rich and Yogi in the second one?
Oh, yeah,
we got first and second.
Also,
that was 4 minutes apart when I look at the VOD here.
Okay.
Results,
Okay.
yeah. Let's see the first one. See, I'm looking through all the results here.
Yeah, I mean that was essentially the. I mean, it didn't happen right after that, but that was one of the main arguments for doing the 30-second delay.
Oh yeah, I remember that because you can switch so fast on the emulator and.
Third one was 1.5 minutes apart.
It's fun to see also that I mean a lot of people started doing this on emulator and they have a lot of them have gone over to actually play on consoles now.
Yeah, I mean, with how common an EverDrive or Power Pack is now, I think it's a lot easier than it was back when you got started.
Prissy and Yogi in number 9, 13 seconds apart.
Yeah, that one is insane. Thanks for the raid, Angel. GG.
cool. Moving on to last game, Metal Gear. Let's see if I have anyone else here I missed. What was your favorite game on the list, Carl?
Mine?
And you, Dexter. And me, maybe, also.
Oh, you already know mine.
I mean, I think Mega Man 3 is probably the easy answer, but if I wasn't going to go with a Mega Man game, I don't know, maybe Turtles 3.
I haven't played that much Turtles 3, actually. I should give that a shot again.
I've never played Uninvited, but I think I would enjoy learning the speed run.
Yeah, that looks so cool with the menuing in that game. Both that game and Shadowgate, the speedruns are sick. I'm too bad at menuing, so I can do that. I suck at menuing. Of course, Dexter's favorite game is Iron Sword.
Yeah. Original goal was actually a full game, but we changed it.
Oh man, that would have been so. So if it was full game, what number was it going to be on the list?
I don't know.
Maybe a little bit later, but not one.
That would have been a killer at number 10 for full game.
The worst part of that is that you don't get any more continues. This is after stage 3, right? 4?
After stage 4. No continue.
Stage 4.
Yeah.
I would say my favorite game on this list that I have played and beaten myself is the Gunneck. It's such a good smoke.
Yeah, that's not a bad choice.
It's through the whole game. I don't know how many that practice have actually played through the whole game. It's really fun. It's getting really hard at the last level. It's not that easy. Dexter eating chips. Are you eating chips, Dexter?
I am. Like nuts. Nuts. Sorry. Yeah, we reached the 5-hour mark here. And many people are getting close to the last game. That's
great.
good progress.
How many games in this Big 20 had you guys been holding on to since the original Big 20?
Oh, I have to check the list here.
They're like none. We had 20 games planned. We did it. That was it.
I mean, we have been holding on to the Mega Man 3.
Yeah, Mega Man 3, I would say.
Metal Gear,
Metal
Shatterhand.
Gear yeah, probably the last 3 games.
Yeah.
And let's see. Yeah, I think so. The last 3 games.
I had a Wrath of Black Manta in my mind many times, but I saved it. I think we had Iron Sword on one list, but we took it out last minute there. That time we also had a full game. I remember. It's a great game, where you know that bird animation makes the whole game.
I really like the graphics in it. It feels kind of cartoonish.
It is nice.
Mm,
The big bosses,
yeah.
cartoon bosses. Became Wumpen even with the heart attack final level. Yeah, Wumpen. It is a that game we have actually saved up for lists.
I don't know, Sad Thresh. Wisdom Wars 3, that's a really good game. I didn't actually think it was gonna be, but I enjoyed it a lot.
The whole trilogy is good. On the trilogy.
Solar Jetman. Yeah.
It has been in
Yeah. Was it
the last
one? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was just last one.
Yeah.
We
The
had
game was tough.
2 stages, right? Twin Stick Gamers approaching the end.
Yeah. Gonna jinx it, but I'm typing in the GG here, waiting for the kill. Question: where is Infinite Mystery? Let's see. I need to check that.
Looks like he's an uninvited.
What's the half of the? That's game number 9, right?
Yeah. He was on Puzznick for 2 hours and 45 minutes. But yeah, he just started uninvited. I have a feeling uninvited might be a little tough.
That is going to be a tough one, yeah. I mean, you could get some help from chat. It's going to take a lot of time if you don't get help from chat. I think.
Yeah.
Remember the first Big 20, Dexter, when we had Sir Griff?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Had to go to work. He wasn't on game 19 there. I think he would have been up for 40 hours playing.
Oh my gosh.
And he's like, "Oh, I gotta get 1 hour sleep before work," and he was at game 19 there. So
Yeah. Also, GG Megatron.
GG.
Yeah, Megatron is Twin Stick Gamers. Nice.
Let me check who we can put up.
I pulled up. Eat it up now. For now.
Yeah. Yep. A lot of people on Shatterhand now. How about you, Carl? Any plans on going to ESA or SCDQ or?
Yeah, I mean, I always go to SGDQ. So I'm originally from Minnesota, and
Well, that's easy.
so that's like going home for me. So I've been to, I think, like 6 of the last 7 SGDQs or 5 of the last 6. So I'll be there this summer. I'd love to make it out to an ESA sometime. I've only been to Sweden once. I went to a DreamHack to play Guitar Hero back in like 2008, I think it was.
Nice.
But yeah, that's the only time I've made it over to Sweden so far.
Yeah, I actually never been to summer games. Have you been, Dexter? No, I don't think so.
No summer.
Or the winter persons.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot easier for you guys to make the East Coast as well. So that makes sense that AGDQ would be the one that a lot of Europeans go to.
Yep.
Yeah, actually, SGDQ submissions are open right now. They're open till like next Saturday, so I got to get working on those.
So you're gonna submit Tom Sawyer, huh?
I don't think I'm going to submit Tom Sawyer. It's not currently on the list.
What time did we used to have those pass the torch, Dexter? I think we did those like summertime.
Yeah, early summer.
Summer?
Yeah.
Maybe we should look into that. Actually do another one.
Yeah, it would be fun.
Would be fun. So if anyone wanna join the Discord where all the updates and info, I will post a link right now.
Yeah, there's a link in the info. Yeah, there's one also.
I don't know if that one expired, but
Oh, it did?
it should have been set to never expire. I always thought that guy in the Shatterhand looked like that Captain Nintendo dude. The red, when he got the red jacket on.
Oh yeah, yeah, it does actually. I remember playing Shattered Hand. It was actually kind of hard, casual.
It's not an easy game. It gets harder because we skipped the last stage there.
Mm.
It gets really hard at the end.
Yeah, last boss.
I think that would have
know
sucked.
how to do it definitely, and this alien level really hard,
Mm.
and the elevator boss really hard also. So yeah, really
It's a
hard.
good looking game. We have we have only 7 runners left.
Mm-hmm. probably check. We have Spontaneous, Eat It Up, Captain, and Tool.
Yeah, on Shatterhand, we have Realis on a quick break. BRB screen.
See, Link is on Mega Man 3.
Yeah, I was surprised he joined Link. He has done a lot of these, but I didn't think I saw him practice on anything. A crazy Arkanoid player that is also Tasser, so I think he has like a Tasmania. He's gonna task every NES game or something crazy. But he do that RNG manipulation for Arkanoid, which is crazy. Yeah. You can't miss a single input. Then you need to hit every pixel on every stage. It's crazy.
Is he using? Oh yeah, he's tasking. Yeah, so doesn't matter.
Well, he's playing. He's doing the test routes runs also with a Vias controller.
Oh, he's doing with the walls also. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Thank you for that raid, Django Stone, and congrats.
I remember when we did Arkanoid on Big 20.
That was fun. We were looking for that.
Yeah, we did manips also for the first. Was that 3 stages? We did, yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Varialis. Not sure if I pronounce it correctly, but he's on G.I. Joe, it seems.
Hmm? Do we have Captain Green there up?
And Infinite Mystery is on Uninvited.
I wonder if it's gonna go for. Wonder what game is gonna be the most trouble if we don't play.
For Infinite?
I think that Wrath of the Black Manta is gonna be really hard. With no practice at all. And G.I. Joe, he do speedrun that game, I think. Remember, so that shouldn't be any problem. Maybe Metal Gear if you have.
I was gonna say Metal Gear maybe.
Treasure Island, Metal Gear. I'm sure he's gonna tank through this. Remember, was one. What Big 20 was that? I went to work and I went to bed. Got up like 2 days after. He was still, he was still playing.
That has to be one of the first ones.
He's a marathon guy. He do crazy stuff. Play like 100 games on his stream for 40 hours and so.
Yeah, crazy, committed, determined. That's good. That's good.
Oh, was it that last stage in Wampum? Jungle Storm? It's yeah, it could be. I was actually a little afraid of that when the people were gonna there, but I think for the most part people did good there. Let's see, you didn't have to play them in certain order, right? The area, so
No, just beat the first five.
it's a little bit hard to know who's in the lead.
Yeah. Wait, what happened to Captain? Oh, no, he's done. Okay.
Oh, thought I did some accident reset or something, but I saw.
Yeah, me too.
DCX, GG, indeed. Hope everyone had fun. It's always a treat to watch this.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the lists, I think many felt that Iron Sword was gonna give them a hard time, but everyone powered through that game.
Hmm?
It was probably, I don't know, was it the earlier games that many were afraid of, maybe?
Let me check the list here. I think people were a little bit afraid of Pinball and Super Spike there too, because you could easily lose like a half a minute there.
Yeah, Pinball, Super Spike, and Iron Man felt like the games you couldn't have really control over, and you didn't know how much you could lose.
Mickey Safari Land, the fourth game, that was basically free. You can't lose that much time in that game. I thought people were gonna have a lot of trouble with that with the last boss in Wolverine there. Tricky boss at the end. I actually I played through the game testing them out there, but nice little game, like a short speed run, 6-7 minutes. It's really cool that people. I think a lot of people like the Metal Gear. Definitely a lot of people that I don't think have beat it before, because yeah, the game is really hard casual. When I was a kid, but I accidentally typed in some password and I got all the stuff pretty much. I don't know if that counts.
Yeah, I really need to get myself into Metal Gear and Snake's Revenge. I mean, I really enjoyed the other Metal Gear Solid games, even though I know they're not even close to being the same, but still.
A lot of people thinks the Snake's Revenge is the better one for the console. I don't think I have beat that game. No?
Let's see, Snake Revenge you can find on... or is it just the music that's changed on the Famicom disc? Something? Or is it arcade? Is there an arcade version also of it?
I don't know.
Snake's Revenge, yeah. Because I believe the Snake's Revenge was alert music was really good on the arcade.
2 should be soon to done. We have Capitan Nintendo up there to the right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, spontaneous. Moving on to Metal Gear.
Yeah. It feels so good because I've been doing these also, a lot of them. It feels so good when you go into the last game. It's always so stressful playing these.
Yeah, I joined the first 2, but then yeah, feels good just watching also.
Watching is a lot less stressful.
Yeah.
I think Diesel was in the first one also, right?
Yeah, he was. He did really good. He did really good. Yeah, when you look through the first one, there's Cartina was in that one also.
He was in also.
Yeah. Having a duo in there, Breakdown, Mythical, Danzel, Darbian, Primal. Primal was in there also.
I was a lot of people, and I remember Breakdown. He did play on all the original cards.
Oh yeah.
And he was going to play the second one, and I put the.
Oh yeah, which game was it?
He had to buy a game for like $300 or something.
Let's see.
What game was that?
Do we have the game list somewhere?
And we had to buy Bucky O'Hare. That game was like $100 back then, and I think it was that Fire and Ice.
Oh,
yes, that it was.
Fire and Ice. That was.
Yeah, he had to buy that $200-300 or something. He wasn't happy on me. He said, "You're not gonna put any expensive game on the list." I'm like, no. And I had to buy 2 games for like $400. Anything else we can talk about, Dexter? Because I'm bad at commentating this. I feel like.
Like I said, I haven't played these games, and I don't know what's going on actually. But he's on the final boss. That I know. Tool is. Big boss.
I guess you can ask any question you want, chat, if you. We will gladly answer. Thoughts? Mr. GG.
And he's done.
Is done.
Yeah, nice job, Tool.
Good game.
Wait, did Spontaneous reset or something? No.
No, I think he
Oh.
always died on that first dog here.
Oops, that's wrong.
Yep, GG too. Hope you had fun. We certainly have fun watching this. Ooh, game over, that's rough. I mean, it's such a nice reward when you practice for the games for like a month, and once you're done, you can drop the controller and take a deep breath. It's so nice.
Yeah, it takes a while to actually like calm down and get back to like feeling normal.
Yeah. I mean, it's a quite big commitment if you go for it. Like to get the top spots, you really need to go in hard then.
Yep.
It's definitely everyday practice, even if it's just 1 or 2 hours.
You remember Jaguar King? He's also a runner of the Metal Gear games. He actually had his console, because that time, the first time, he came from nowhere and like killed it. But I think he wanted to finish second. He had his console at work practicing on lunch.
Oh yeah.
Free to play other games. You play those games for a month and then you're done.
Yeah, you feel kind of empty afterwards, I guess.
Yeah, what the hell am I gonna do now?
Yeah.
I had those feelings.
I guess we could go outside.
Oh yeah. See if the sun is up. Surprised more people don't die on that big roller there, Metal Gear. The one if you hold up when you go into the door, you die immediately, pretty much, if you don't stop there. It's so easy to forget. Hope you can't hear my fan, because ooh, it was like a jet engine earlier when I had all the streams up.
The fan.
I really like the bubbles when you jump into the water there in Shatterhand. The bubbles pops up. Air bubbles.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
It's really
Good
nice.
effect.
Let's see here. Should we check which was the closest spots? Those were really close ones there. There. Porto and Rayo.
Jungle and DC Axel.
Seconds. Really close.
Oh yeah, Lord and Rayo. Yeah.
Hmm.
6 seconds.
I need to go back and check that reaction when he. Who was there? Was it Firebroth?
Firebroth went a little crazy on his webcam on his stream when he finished. He was very excited. Like obviously, like he had his mic off. I'm pretty sure. So like I didn't hear anything, but yeah, he was. It was a good one. You like to see those types of reactions. Yeah, no, Firebroth. It was awesome. It was awesome. Like I think maybe I was talking with Alec. It was during one of the interviews. Like it seems like a lot of people end up finishing and they're like disappointed because they didn't do as well as they thought they would, as they wanted to. But like it's really nice to see like people finish and actually be pumped up. And so I was really happy to see that.
Yeah, I mean that's usually happens when there's always some big mistake happen with 20 games. You always want him to do better. That's true what you said.
Yeah, exactly.
People just are happy with the times. That's a strong finish. 5th place there, Fire Up. Quiet. Practice and the right amount of luck. That's all you need. You do need some luck in these these races. I mean, good runner have good luck, right?
Yep.
Except for me though, and Dexter. I guess I wouldn't consider myself a good runner. So I guess it's true. I'm a little disoriented here when with all the screens on Metal Gear. I'm not really sure where people are. You know when they get to that laser floor, you know it's close. Music in any of the games, Dexter? What do you think? With Iron Sword there also? That's not a bad choice. Probably getting some more chips.
Yeah, I can't wait to get some dinner after this.
Yeah. You're gonna have a nice big old steak, maybe.
I should.
Steak. Big steak for $20. How about that? Huh? See what I did there?
I'm not following. What do you mean by that? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, we did talk earlier about the next one we're gonna. We have said it before. The next P20 is gonna be viewer's choice, right? So, we're gonna figure out the details, but people, the runners, the viewers are gonna make the list this next time. Actually, a little interested how it's gonna be. What games are gonna be on there, but it'll be fun.
I'm scared, but I think it's a good scared.
Scared, yeah.
I think it's gonna be one of those things where, like, I look at the list and it's like, man, this would be fun. But I think they're gonna be fun games, but there's gonna be some really difficult ones in there too.
Yeah. We have dragons. We did have dragons there in one. Yeah.
That was kind of early, right?
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
so.
that was,
There was
that
a-
was in 7, I think. 7 or 8.
Every game on the NES library, North America, can be picked. So what is it? 714 games.
Yep.
If we throw in a
I mean-
Famicom,
Minus like the piano game, probably minus any like Rob the Robot games, like
Family Fitness, Dexter.
track and field.
Oh man, that game almost killed me, man.
So I did like a special follower special, and I had like the Family Fitness with all 10 games, like brand new. So I went to Dexter, and we had the pad, and we played through the whole game, all of the games.
My heart was pumping.
I couldn't walk for 3-4 days. It was
Oh
8
my
hours.
gosh.
I think 8 hours jumping on that pad. That was really fun though.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So who is closest to finish now? Let me see. I'm checking the cards.
Probably
How many
Captain
cards?
Green.
Yeah, I was gonna say Captain.
Hmm? Oh yeah, he's on that part. Title is wrong.
Title's fine.
I was saying him. Seems fine to me. That's the last boss for Link. I think he's got one more area.
Okay. Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. Okay, you're right.
Title wrong, Dexter. Nah.
I have one letter wrong. Yeah.
Ooh. Where's my buddy Ghost? Oh, that's from the Iron Sword. ET is tomorrow. Maybe that is wrong, Dexter. The EST and EDT, I never figured that out.
Yeah. Oh, it's still. Oh, okay.
We eat it tomorrow.
Yeah, we always have some issues when it comes to time zones when we do the marathon.
Yeah, especially with Best of Ness
Yeah,
big
Best-
marathon.
yeah.
we managed to put it every time during this the switch on the same daytime. So sometimes it helps us, sometimes it's bad.
Yeah, all of a sudden we're 2 hours ahead of schedule. Another big 20 tomorrow. Yeah.
Line 20.
Blind 20.
The game's blind.
Big 20 blind.
Infinite Mystery would win that one for sure.
Would finish it at least.
That would be kind of cool. I like that idea.
Huh? Bingo. That is interesting.
So I'm guessing you need to give every goal an estimate of how long it will take, and then it will randomize. I'm guessing something.
It will randomize once you start the game. You don't know what goal you get. You just get a goal, right?
I mean, you get the board. Everyone gets the same board, and you need to choose which line to finish.
Ah.
But they would have to get, I don't know. I'm guessing the game list, but not the goals. I don't know how we would be able to do that in practice. I mean, in a line setting. Would they be able to do some practice, or yeah, has to be some sort of practice. But I like the idea.
Yeah.
Practice all the games, yeah.
I mean, we've seen some people practicing games before we reveal the list and what they think is going to be in.
Well, wasn't it always Warm who practiced Mega Man 3?
Oh, yeah, I think so. Yeah. He did practice a lot. He tried out a lot of games. He thought it was going to be in. I think Jogi used to do it also, like go all in on some game he really thought was going to be in.
Yeah. And it definitely got a lot easier also. I mean, later after, since we've done so many big 20s, you can kind of figure out what good games you can practice and all that. Kinda. Let's see. Captain Green. Yeah, he's getting closer, I think.
Hmm?
Yeah, definitely.
How many cards is there? Is there 8?
Yep.
So far, no forfeit. I would say that that is the first time we haven't had a forfeit yet.
Let's see, for fun, let's check the previous 3. We had 2 forfeits on 11.
Hmm?
We had 6 on the 10th. And 6 on the 9th.
It's a very unusual. Usually, it comes like a forfeit pretty early during the race because I'm a rage quitters.
See, 7, 6, 7. Disqualified, disqualified.
What was that?
Timed out, never came back. Never came back.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think someone went to work, like went back home and was gonna continue, but it.
The first one had the most forfeits.
And
4, 5, 6.
you forfeit?
10, 11, 12 forfeits.
Oh.
But the second
Wow,
one,
that is a lot of forfeits.
but the second one they went down to 4 only.
I actually think the first one, a lot of people just joined like half blind because it was a new thing back then.
Yeah, I actually checked the game list and we didn't actually call it the Big 20, the first one.
I think we did. Didn't?
No, we didn't.
Is it just the 20?
We called it NES Marathon Race.
Or NSRL.
Big 20 sounds a lot better than NES Marathon Race.
Yep.
Yes.
But,
What place did you get in the first one? Did you win over me?
The first one I came on 2nd place.
What?
Yeah.
So yes, you beat Bedbricks. I'm assuming with him going, what?
Yeah, you were on 4th place.
I was?
Yeah. And I think I would have come on 3rd if Yogi wouldn't had. I think he like game overed on Super Mario Bros. 3.
Oh yeah, he did. He did. I remember that.
But yeah, I did kind of good on the first one. But Toad, he was, of course, Toad.
It was too strong.
Yeah.
The second one you joined. Did you finish that one when you?
I finished it, but I wasn't really feeling it after the start clock. I mean, I lost 20 minutes on one death. That was, yeah.
Yeah.
The worst.
Is that the one with the Zelda at the end?
I can't remember. Was it?
I'm not sure. I think that's the biggest achievement I had because back then Yogi he hadn't learned the screen wraps in Zelda 1, and you were ahead of me by seconds, maybe 5 seconds, maybe,
Mm.
and I screen wrapped past him, and beat him with like a couple seconds. I think I got 5th place or something there. Oh, it was number 2. That was crazy.
The shortest one was Big 20 number 6.
That was the Famicom one, right?
Yeah, Cool Kid won that.
Yeah.
That race was actually the first time I saw NES speedrunning, I think.
Huh.
And then I joined the next one.
That was a really fun one, the Famicom
Yeah,
one.
that was a good one.
That could have been the longest one though if we hadn't cut a couple of stages and a couple of days in Garfield.
Oh yeah, we had. Did we have a whole game first?
And we had a riot
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
I don't think we had the whole game, but we had to cut a couple of.
We changed to Thursday, I think. Or yeah, yeah. I mean, it was too hard of a game.
People started to practice then, like, I'm out.
Yeah.
We were like,
Yeah.
what the?
I think that's the only time we changed the goal, also. Wasn't it? Or maybe we changed it on.
Yeah, we did change that goal.
Yeah.
Done it again. But that was actually a game I usually play test old game out, but that game I had seen Cool Kid play that game so much, I'm like, oh, that looks so easy. Yeah, just put it in.
Yeah.
Wrong. Yeah, the last one we did that the 50-50 with half Famicom, half NES games. That we did.
Was that the longest? Maybe. Let's see. 340.
I think Captain Green is about to home.
Yeah, it's.
Big Boss. Couple of rockets in the face. He's done.
Yeah, the 50-50 was the longest Big 20.
It was. Weren't we close to 50 people in one of the... Have the stats up, I think we're like 40, we're 40 at least, I think. Alright, let's get this big boss. Couple of rockets. It's funny if you pick the wrong door at the end there. If you take the middle or the right one, there's an infinite elevator. It never stops, I think.
Yeah, so GG Captain Green.
GG.
GG. Number 19th in the field.
19.
And 5 runners still out there. And Realis. Realis still on Joe. I'm not sure how much he has practice or if he is doing it blind, because this game is tough blind with no practice. Beat it up, tanking through. Spontaneous died on that roller. That sucks. I thought more people were gonna do that. I talked about it earlier because it's so easy to just forget to hold. Let go of the D-pad there, because if you hold up, you instant die there going into the door. We started over. Rails. Wait.
See, eat it up also here.
Hmm?
Closing in. Again.
Yeah, that was really close. And Link is onto Metal Gear. I guess the whole Metal Gear series to go stealth mode, right? Like sneak past and everything. Sir?
Yeah, I mean, maybe like the first one is a little bit like that, but I feel like they became more like that over time. Also, GG to Eat It Up.
GG?
GG.
Because I think I played the first Metal Gear all wrong. I tried to kill everything when I played it.
You start punching the dogs right at the beginning.
Yeah, of course. Let's see if Relis can tank down the boss here.
Yeah, they're almost through. G.I. Joe, it looks like.
Yeah.
But we are actually reaching the end of the stream here.
Oh, yeah, 6 hours.
We are at 6 hours. I will say, for the few hundred of you that are still here, thank you for watching the entirety of this thing and supporting people that aren't right at the top. It's really good of you.
Yeah, it's nice to see.
I'm really glad that we actually got able to show the last 4 here. These are the last 4 runners we have.
Oh, it is. It is the last 4.
Riley's Infinite Mystery, Link 7777, and Spontaneous. And yeah, I think Spontaneous is gonna be our next finisher also.
Hmm?
Getting close, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see, how close is he?
He had 7 cards, so it shouldn't be.
So we'll probably wait for him to finish.
Yeah, we can wait for him to finish, and then we'll see. We're gonna send you guys over to either of one of these 3 runners here.
Give them a little boost.
Yeah.
To go on. Mr. still 18 hours from finishing that.
I mean, there might be 18 more hours just in uninvited.
That is not a bad estimate, though. Hello.
These games are just so brutal, blind, like the whole like text point and click adventure kind of things.
Yeah. And it's also tricky puzzles. Like you cannot just tank through them. I think it's super stuck on some weird puzzle. Thank you for that raid, eat it up, and good job, GG. Ooh, it took Orcus most of the day. Uninvited blind. Ooh, that sounds like Infinite. It is in for a treat. Heck of a run, this one. Heck of a run. Good job, eat it up. Out for the epic boss kill screen here. G.I. Joe.
Oh my gosh, finished with 1 life left.
I saw that. That was close. I wonder if that would have been a game over also. Oof.
Just learned Metal Gear yesterday. Nice.
Wow.
Yeah,
One week. That's crazy.
that is really good. So maybe we should cut down the time to 1 week.
Yeah. Probably should.
And that lovely fallen music. From Jerry. It was actually his brother that made the music for Tom and Jerry, I think. Tim Fallon. Yeah, mixed up.
No rental. It will still be Big 20, like Hyper Edition. 1 week of practice.
20 hours. Big one. 6-month practice.
Okay, here's the room of death for Spontaneous.
Hmm?
10 rations. Nice.
This room is scary.
Yeah, it should be fine, but
It's scary because I see it with, like, over Storm. He always waited for like the last.
Oh, the last
Oh,
tick. Yeah.
yeah, I think he had routed it down to where, like, I mean, he didn't have a lot of extras. Where obviously Spontaneous got 10, so you can definitely be a lot more safe if you have 10 of them.
Yeah.
Okay, let's finish this out. Come on, Spontaneous.
Oh, is he using the US version on Tom and Jerry? Then he is in trouble. 'Cause that one is hard. Yeah.
And GG.
GG.
Spontaneous.
I think this is the closest we've gotten to having all of our finishers during the broadcast too.
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
I usually remember a lot more than 3 people left.
I think the last one was also really good.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah. We had Fire Broth at 6 hours and 31 minutes, and then 2 forfeits after that. So
Yeah, look at that difference for Fire Broth. Going from the last finisher up to 5th this time.
yeah,
Yeah, that's super good. I'm a little bit worried about about playing on that US version because that's one of the only games I really rage quitted hard. And some other did Blind Race of Tom and Jerry. So
Yeah.
maybe someone should tell him that. Because I don't. If you haven't practiced, I don't think he's gonna beat that game. Well, he probably is, but not sure if. Well, he is playing a lot of the games blind, Infinite. I think.
Oh, yes. Okay.
I would think so, because he said it was a nice list right before it started.
Yeah, he was, and then he was like, "What are we doing? The 30 or 45-second thing in between games?" And I feel like he just has like a marathon on every day that he goes and plays, and he's just like, "Okay, what do I got today? Oh, Big 20, cool. Let's go do that." He just like finds random things all over the place to go play.
He doesn't practice, so he either played it or he hasn't. that sounds like Infinite Ministry. Hella nice guy also. I met him.
Yeah.
Met him many times. One of the nicest person I met, I think.
Yeah, he's very, very kind for sure.
Did you see that skip Virilis did? That was pretty cool.
With a hammer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got some nice skips in, so he definitely have practiced the game.
Yeah, I feel like they've definitely played the game.
You wouldn't know about that skip. Maybe if he beat Tom and Jerry US version, maybe he is the winner.
Yeah. But yeah, that's everything we have for today.
Yes.
Yeah, and thanks everyone for watching and joining the race. And again, thanks to the Cove and Canophone for doing the commentary.
Anytime. I wish life would have been a little less busy, so I could have been a little more prepared. But Canophone carried us through today, and I picked up what I could.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Yes, we're just glad that you've been here the whole time, helping us.
Imagine that.
I mean,
12.
These are one of my favorite days of the year, so my pleasure.
Thanks, man. Thanks, man. But yeah, again, thanks everyone, and we're gonna send you guys over to Infinite Mister or Virilis.
Well, let's see. Link he's about to finish soon.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I think we go to Virilis. Maybe we can send past the people from there to Infinite.
Yeah, I was gonna say he can pass everyone forward when he's done.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, thanks everyone, and
do you have a raid message?
what should that be? Play the fam conversion now.
No, don't do that. I'll just be like yelling.
How about that one? Watch out for mouse traps.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. Let's do watch out for mouse traps.
All right. Starting the raid now.
So copy paste that, and thank you everyone for watching. And let's go and boost him. Help him out.
Have a great rest of the weekend, everybody. Thanks for hanging out.
Same to you.
Take care.
Ah, lag. Holy crap.
Oh, that is nice. You got to follow to.
Yeah.
Yeah, the follower only chat. That's the secret for the